morning. Welcome everyone to Committee of Adjustment meeting of June 18, 2019. My name is Ron Chatta, Committee Chair for today's meeting. This is the meeting of Committee of Adjustment. The Committee of Adjustment is composed of 5 citizen members who are appointed by Brampton City Council. The committee is authorized by the Ontario Planning Act to consider applications for minor variance from the provision of the City of Brampton zoning bylaw. The committee also considered applications for consent, sometime referred to as land division applications, which includes severing a new lot from an existing lot, a lot addition, easement, mortgages or leases in excess of 21 years. I would like to introduce the committee members. To my immediate left member, Desiree Butler. To my far left member, Rod Power. To my immediate right member, Anna Christina Marcus. To my far right member, Mr. David Cope. And my name is Ron Chatta, Committee Chair. Seated at the table in front of committee is Ms. Jeannie Myers, Secretary Treasurer of the Committee of Adjustment. And seated near the podium, we have city staff members who will assist the committee today. Staff, could you please have your introductions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Elizabeth Corazola. I'm the Manager of Zoning and Sign Bylaw Services.
Thank you. I'm Krista Walkie, the Manager of Development Services.
I'm Shelby Swinfield, Development Planner.
I'm Bindu Shah, Development Planner.
I don't work in the city.
Okay, no problem. Before we consider today's application, the committee has some procedural matter to take care of. The first is adoption of the minutes meeting held on May 28th, 2019. We have in our agenda committee members. Is there any question or concerns regarding the minutes on May 28th, 2019? Seeing none, I would like to see a motion so we can adopt these minutes. Motion to adopt by Mr. Power, seconded by Mr. Cope. All in favor? The next item we have is declaration of interest. Does any member have a declaration of pecuniary interest to declare any matter being discussed here today? Seeing none. Now we move on to withdrawals and deferrals. I believe we have one withdrawal request for application A19056, property located at 81 Martin Way. So we have the written request to to withdraw. That does not require a motion, but just that we acknowledge that this application, 81 Martin Way, has been withdrawn by the owner. Anybody else here wish to defer their application at this point, since we don't have any written request? Any application being discussed here, any agent or the owner wishes to seek a future date, or if they have any comment or any question, this is the time now. If not, then we will move on to our procedure. For those unfamiliar with the Committee of Adjustment procedure and process, I would like to give a brief explanation and scope. Following some procedural matter that we have already undergone, the Secretary Treasurer will call the application by announcing the application number, the name of the applicant, and the address of the property subject to the application. The applicant or authorized agent representing the applicant will then come to the podium, state their name and address for the record, and then present the application. I request that you reserve any questions or comments pertaining to the staff report until after planning staff has had an opportunity to present. If there is anyone in the attendance who wishes to speak to a particular application, you will be given the opportunity to do so when the application is presented. Any decision made here today may be appealed to the local planning appeal tribunal previously through the Ontario Municipal Board. Appeal received in the City Clerk's office associated with minor variance and consent application will be processed and forwarded to LPAT. This process may be commenced with Secretary Treasurer by filing a completed appeal form and filing fee within the prescribed 20 days appeal period. Information pertaining to the appeal process may be obtained by contacting the Secretary Treasurer within the City Clerk's office. Now we move on to the new consent applications.
Calling applications B19009 and related minor variance applications A19063 and A19064. Kazmir and Bhupinder Nizar. The property is located at 7522 Creditview Road.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Nick Dell. I'm a planning consultant. I am recognized as an expert planning consultant by both the LPAT and the OMB, although the lines between those two are blurred every day.
Can you check if your microphone is on, sir?
Is this sounding all right to you?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm the agent for this application. The owner of the application is with me in the crowd, and it is an interesting one. It's my first time before some of the new committee members, others I recognize from before, so it's exciting to be involved where there are so many voices at play. I'll first start by saying the different parties that are at play in this application. We've got the Ministry of Transportation, given the proximity of the severed portion of the land to the 407 highway. We have the Heritage Conservation District Plan for the Churchville area. We have the Bram West Secondary Plan. We have the official plan for the City of Brampton. We have the zoning bylaw. We have an OMB decision. The only person we're missing, I think, is the Conservation Authority in this case. So all of those voices are at play, and as a consultant, my job is to navigate for my clients a comprehensive interpretation for all the different government approval agencies when it comes to a particular application that could be considered by the committee or by the city. What's very important to understand, and what I espouse to all of my clients, is that planning is not done unilaterally in Ontario. No one approval authority's voice, no one interpretation is appropriate to be followed. And I say this on knowing full well that there is some opposition today on the application from staff. The main crux of this opposition comes from the length of work that was done for an OMB appeal when the bylaw for the entire city and the official plan and the Conservation District Heritage Plan for Churchville was in question. The previous owners of the property were the proponents for that application. They'd done some extensive work, and the OMB decision is quite helpful and it's quite robust. It is important to understand, and I will show you so that you don't have to take my word for it, that the settlement that established the zoning, the split zoning on this property, the severed portion being agricultural, the retained portion being residential, the settlement of that was uncontradicted. There was no full-blown hearing. There was no extensive planning evidence given other than by one person that everybody agreed was the right person to be making that evidence. I'll show you here so you believe me. So the objectives of the settlement conform to the provincial policy statement, the official plan, the region appeal, City of Brampton, and the Churchville Heritage Conservation District Plan. Mr. Waters reflected that what they were putting in place conformed. And the important conclusion that I draw here is that the uncontradicted expert evidence provided. So there was no opposition for what we were asking for. When I say we, I mean now us being the owners of the property and are now enjoying this split zoning. There was no opposition at that time. What had been done on site by the Fasulo family, it had been done for years. And it was simply going through this official review for the entire city that they wanted to substantiate what the uses of that property would be in writing, because it had just been going on for so long. There had been no bylaw to recognize it. And there are a number of different policies that I will take you through that in a circumventing way, or I should say a circuitous way, established that what they did at the time was the right thing to do for the land and its uses, and what we're proposing today provides no change to the uses on site. My client adopted this property, and he adopted the personality of this property, and he also runs a landscaping business, and it was overjoyed to learn that there is a zoning in a sensitive area like this that allowed for that to happen. He continues to enjoy it, and it is my submission to you, which I will say ahead of time, but I will conclude again after going through my evidence, that what we are planning to do today changes nothing about the intent and the hard work that was done through that decision, and that is well enshrined for your checks and balances by the variances that we're asking for. The variances that we're asking for are reactive to the severance we're looking at, and we are comfortable with conditions that you're willing to put in place to protect the liability that staff is looking to identify with their opposition, to not allow anything to change. We want to keep the things the way it is. The reason we're splitting it is frankly a measure of MTO. I'll give you a little brief history on how we came to come into the employ of my client, and also how MTO was the first tipping point that led us to this consent application. My client had a basement built in the existing home where he now lives with his family. And we went and got an after-the-fact permit. At that time, MTO advised that we were in their catchment area and that they would no new development. We then got a permit issued on the backs of, I should say, that the actual permit area, regulatory area, is outside where we are asking for this basement to be approved, is outside the residential portion of these lands. So, and what's interesting to me is, because I was just handed this piece of paper from Jeannie Myers, and through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to submit what I think will be read out later by staff, is that from MTO, they're recommending to defer this application because the property to the south will likely be impacted by the 407 Transitway. I don't think they mean to say that the severance is already approved, because it is one property, but what they mean is that the split portion of the zoning of this property is what's affected. And this is further substantiated by the approval we got for the permit of the basement of the existing home on the residential portion of these lots. They only approved that permit because the agricultural portion of the site, which we're proposing to split and just to separate from the catchment area the MTO is concerned with and from the residential uses that my client will continue to enjoy, that's not where the regulation is in place. And it's interesting that this person, Ian, I'm not going to say his name properly, Ian Aceto, was the person who made this request to defer, but he was copied on the approval for the basement of the residential zone. He was copied here, and it is therefore to the committee's benefit that you understand that it's the agricultural portion that keeps getting triggered into this freezing of that the MTO is looking for. So the severance would effectively make this neater for MTO's purposes, because it is only the severed land that would be affected by any possible future expansions. And so that is what brings me to try and clean up some of the triggers that MTO looks for. When I am severing a property, it's quite straight. It's not something that we need to look ahead of, because what we're asking for in and of this application conforms to the intent of the OMB decision by virtue of the variances we're asking for. We're not trying to double up. We're not trying to get another landscaping business here. We're not trying to change the intent and the hard work that staff had done through their OMB decision. We're simply looking to separate the portions of land that could be expanded into by MTO and the residential portion that should be left to be enjoyed as the intent of Churchville, the secondary plan, the official plan, the zoning, and the region ask for. I think I have more I can say, but I'd like to leave the committee with the thesis that what we're looking for consistently conforms to the intent and is going to be, and we are willing to accept conditions to allow it to remain the way that staff are fearful it may change. This is not a slippery slope. This is not going to exit something that will then come into a larger planning application. And I say that because not only are the conditions of the variance is acceptable to us to the limit, but if we were to go through a major planning application like site plan, at that point staff have every check and balance they need to ask for the official plan amendment and rezoning to clean this up, so to speak. So there are plenty of checks and balances after consent could be given, whereby staff still have the power to manage possible growth. This is not an opportunity for growth to manage staff. I'd be happy to answer any of the questions you have, and I think it'd be important to have staff's input as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We will get to hear staff as well, and then probably we can comment in better. At this point, committee members, any question to the agent? None. Anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application? Seeing none, staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Mr. Della indicated, this application is to sever a piece along the 407 corridor and the site is also located, it's important to note, within the Heritage Conservation District. The property is covered by an Ontario Municipal Board decision from 2009, which did permit a landscaping business and 2 units on the property that would remain on the parcel as a whole if the severance is to occur, and staff has significant concerns with that. The land division on this site is not supportable without an amendment to both the official plan and the zoning bylaw, and thus we've deemed it not supportable. The consent application, in our opinion, does not satisfy the criteria under the Planning Act, and the variance applications that are related to this, to the proposed severance under the consent proposal, is also not supportable. The MTO has previously provided correspondence that they would require a 30-meter widening or easement along the 407. The severed parcel, if we took off 30 meters along that edge, would leave a 20-meter frontage, which would allow for a dwelling and a landscape business. Staff have continued to correspond with the applicant on this site in the past and with the homeowner, and have consistently said that this is a official plan amendment and a zone change. We've made that correspondence very clear, including in 2016. We did receive correspondence from the MTO yesterday, at a minimum requesting a deferral until they have a chance to comment. They have not. The region has requested easements on this property if it was to move forward, and we don't have a mechanism or a plan to put that in place through a severance application. So staff remains strong that this is not supportable, and the proper mechanism for this application is an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for the record, I would like to include this letter seeking or suggesting a deferral by the Ministry of Transportation. So, sir,
Sure.
you have heard the staff's opinion, and of course, that's a very strong opinion.
Sure.
Any comment on that? Any follow-up comments?
Yes, and I will be as brief as I can. But it's important to understand the genesis for my career. My grandfather did this before my father, and he's passed it to me, so we've got quite an extensive amount of experience in Ontario. And it is very important to understand why I have a job in the first place. Many people will go seeking opinion from staff about what they can do with their property, and it's very important they get a second opinion, because planning is not meant to be done unilaterally. At the time when this property was being reviewed, MTO may not have been a commenting agency. There may have been differences in their catchment area, there may have been differences in their expansions. And so properties don't get frozen. They don't have a personality that they can't grow out of. That's not the intent of the growth that we see for the province as it comes this way. So when when staff remark in their historical records for the file of this property that people have been asking them for some time, and they have consistently been saying the same answer, to me that does not necessarily entreat that that is the right or the proper interpretation, which is why we have a committee of adjustment. It is important that planning is understood not unilaterally but as iterative. So when we look at the policies that were in place at the time, and we look at the policies that are in place now, we have a different flavor, and the personality from the previous owner does not need to be brought onto the current one. But if staff are afraid, as they rightly should be, there's no liability by saying no. But if they're looking, and if I go through each of their comments, which I'd like to do briefly for you, if they're looking to be afraid of restricting the intent of the OMB decision, this severance does not present an opposition to that. The conditions that we are willing to accept in terms of leaving the property the way it is exactly what we are proposing to you. So severance, I think, is quite a straight and straightforward process. It is not necessarily the process by which these significant changes would be triggered. And so we need to look at the application in and of itself, because I think there is a fear that is not well substantiated in any case law that I've understood, that a severance would create a change to intent, because the zoning is remaining in place, the variances recognize that. And so I'd like to also point out that conditions that we're willing to impose are ways that we can satisfy what we're looking for. So these are the staff comments. And under these sections of the Planning Act, this is the template that staff have to use to write in when they're doing severance. Please excuse some of the questions I've asked for here. I kind of wrote those in rhetoric, but I'd like to direct your attention to the pink areas here and this last one here where it says severance. So the proposal is contrary to public interest and would in effect allow a doubling of land use permissions. We can impose conditions on the approval of this that would not allow that, because truly, the intent of my client is to enjoy and continue to enjoy the remaining uses. However, the MTO is looking at only the southern portion, but the entire property is getting triggered when that happens. So why don't we separate that? That's our intent, that's our thrust. The second is, were it to be subdivided, then 2 landscaping businesses and 4 dwellings, which could be approved. Those are conditions, again, we're willing to accept. We're not trying to double up, and we'd be willing to pose that as a condition. So therefore, the intent is further protected. No affordable housing uses are proposed. We're not proposing anything because this is severance. Severance doesn't impose development density. We're not proposing new buildings. We're not trying to change the land here at all. If we do, in the future, change the land, then staff have site plan approval. And it's through that process that they can say, okay, we're not going to allow this to move forward until you submit the rezoning and the official plan amendment. So it's my submission to you.
If
Please
I
go ahead.
may interrupt you,
Yes.
I guess that's what staff is suggesting now, instead of going through the committee, working with the staff to bring in to the change. As staff indicated even in this one, and you just mentioned, it's just a severance application now, but it may change in the future.
And in the future, that's when they have the right to ask for these easements, the right to ask for these encroachments and so forth. If we go through an official plan amendment and so forth, I expect that the area will be requested to be gratuitously dedicated into the public domain. And I mean that the area for the 407. I imagine that when we go through those, we will see a similar severance take place at the official plan amendment and the rezoning level for MTO's benefit. And I'm saying that this is a straighter way to go about that in advance of any major development, because my client has no intent to change the use of these lands, and the variances reflect that. So those are conditions we're willing to accept, and we'd be happy to move forward today on that basis. And I think with respect to the request for deferral from MTO, it's important to understand, which I can verify for you physically, is that the person reviewing this file was also the person who was copied on the approval of our basement for the residents. And it is through this that we are brought to a severance, because we keep getting triggered into a greater, the entire property gets triggered as being in the regulated area, when truly it's only the southern portion which we're trying to sever. So I think it would be a simpler benefit to MTO if they were separated so that they could have their catchment area. That's my statement to you.
Well, you're doing good presentation, and I'm going back in the history with MTO, but I would just ask staff's comment
Sure.
on this previous letter versus this one now. I guess maybe at that point, they did not object on any structure being built on this property versus if we are severing, this is going to be completely new and more closer to 407. That's what I guess, that's what at least I assume, but please.
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Chair. I have not seen this letter from 2018, but I would assume a basement is very different than a severance application for the MTO. MTO has requested a deferral at a minimum, and in my opinion, we at least should wait for their comments. Staff would more than likely come back with not supportable again if this does come back forward, and we may have something from MTO to further support that as well.
Through you, Mr. Chair, because of the amount of time I've had to consider this sheet of paper, would you indulge me with a moment to speak to my client? I'd like the committee to have all the evidence they need to move forward, other than just trying to railroad this to a higher appeal body. So I'd like to request to see if my client would be interested in that. And if I could add through you, Mr. Chair, what would be the next date we could appear if we were to defer?
So you want to speak with your
Yes.
client? Your client is present here?
He is.
Okay, no problem,
Yeah.
as long as it's quick. And,
Sure. And he'll want to know when we can come back as well. That'll be,
well, that's again up to the committee's discretion, because as staff already indicated, that might not change their position.
Right.
So even if it's up to you when
Yes.
you are seeking your new date for this current application being presented in front of us. But it's again up to the committee how they would like to move ahead.
Sure.
But certainly you can propose any new date.
Okay.
And we can check with Secretary Treasurer if that is, if it's too soon, you're proposing something, we might have some issues for the circulation.
Okay.
So that's where the clerk's office will tell us.
Right.
but you can speak with your client if they are present here in the chamber.
Okay, just 2 minutes, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Please be with us as one of that unique situation where they just seeking some sort of directions from the owner. So we'll be back very shortly.
Thank you for that time. Sorry to interrupt. Through you, Mr. Chair.
No problem.
My client and I have discussed, and I've been given instructions that a deferral would be pertinent and appropriate for the committee's benefit. I think there's a chance that MTO may come back and agree that, yes, the portion of this property that's only in our catchment area is what you're proposing to sell it. And we'd like to give the committee that benefit. We'd like to give staff that benefit too. So if, through you, Mr. Chair, if Jeannie would please provide us with not the next hearing date, but the one after that, I think that should be ample time for MTO to get back.
You mean, I guess we have 2 meetings in July, Ms. Myers?
Through the chair, that is correct. However, July 9th would be a little bit apprehensive. July 30th might be the earliest, but I would also defer to staff.
Yeah, and especially if, I'm not sure if that's enough time for MTO's comments to come back, and that's what they send in this correspondence. So staff, what's your opinion, or if it can work for everyone, or if your position is not going to be changed? We'd like to hear your opinion.
If the committee wishes to bring it back July 30th, staff are prepared to bring it back. And we can add any additional information we receive from MTO. However, our policies with the secondary plan and the land uses remain that the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw is the appropriate path for this application. And regardless of MTO comments, the appropriate path for this application is official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment.
So through you, Mr. Chair, that the 30th is agreeable to. I think a good thing for staff is they know their position ahead of time, so their comments.
July the 30th?
Yes, please.
In my opinion, as staff indicated, is official plan amendment application. At the same time, I'm not in favor of unnecessary delay in the applications, but given the fact we are putting a timeline on it and it's not too long.
Thank you.
July 30th is next month, a meeting after we have only 1 meeting in between. And hopefully within that time frame, we will have more detailed discussions with MTO. Committee members, the floor is open. The agent is asking for a deferral request for July 30th. For these applications, and any question, comment, or discussion or motion, floor is open for you. Please go ahead, Ms.
Mr. Chair, just a question to the agent. What is the reason for wanting to sever?
The reason for wanting to sever is because anything we want to do improvement-wise on the residential side keeps getting roped into that catchment area from the agricultural. The agricultural side is an enjoyment for my client's use, but any future development is always going to be shadowed by that regulatory catchment. And so by severing that, it's just neater. They would still retain the use of the property in both regards, but when MTO comes, they don't have to look at the entire area. They only have to look at the area that falls within their 30 meters. And so that's just an easier processing for my client's headache, because this whole property doesn't have to get into it. He has another property that can be dealt with when they come. And if we need to, if he wishes to improve the land, then we have site plan approval that would catch any major redevelopment that would be required. That his intent in the beginning, through you, Mr. Chair, was that he wanted to create the existing residential home into a group home, which is permitted by the residential hamlet zoning, the extension of which would require a parking lot. Pascal Doucette is the heritage conservation planner for this property, and it was through Pascal that he approved that an extension of a parking lot in the rear would be considered supportable under the residential hamlet zoning. But the split zoning both needed to be complied with, and both were getting caught in the MTO regulation. So any approvals that we wish to do that conform to the intent of the residential side has to also conform with the agricultural, and that was getting caught up with MTO. So it was a net that didn't require being there, and a straight severance was the appropriate way to separate that. I hope that answers your question.
And through you, Mr. Chair, just another question. You touched on the Conservation Authority for Churchville. My question would be, I'm not seeing their involvement in this at the moment. So what is their comments in terms of having a lot that now would be agricultural and may be prone to a severance, and therefore a much smaller lot that then may not adhere to their standards and requirements?
I have that ready, because we're not having the most robust hearing today. I do have policies from the Churchville Heritage Conservation District plan in place. And it's an old plan, but this was cited during the OMB decision, and you really have to look no further than section 3.3.3, which says that they will just encourage the maintenance of continued stable residential and agricultural environment within the district. So the intent of that was enshrined in the OMB decision, and that decision isn't being interfered with a straight severance that recognizes variances to capture and keep those conditions. But I think as a way forward through you, Mr. Chair, I will speak to Heritage staff and have them weigh in next time we're here.
Thank you.
Ms. Marcus, please go ahead.
Through Mr. Chair. Why not go through the channels of seeking an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment? I'm a little bit confused about that.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The question that I have for that is why? Why is that necessary when we have something that was, a lot of work was done and to put in place? I suspect, and I submit this in respect, that the sheer volume of appellants at the time the appeal was settled was such that it was a gargantuan amount of work to go through every appeals issue, and they just said, okay, these people are here, they've been doing this for a long time, we're going to give it to them, and I don't think they really got into the nitty-gritty. So in my opinion, I think this is staff's way of getting back, a way of cleaning up something that they maybe had a hard time recognizing because of its legal non-conforming use. So a request to do this to clean it up, to me, smacks of them perhaps not having the resources to do it at the time of the appeal, given the sheer amount of other people who were also involved in that appeal. So I'm suspect to those major applications, and it's within my client's purview and development rights that he has a second opinion. And so I humbly say that this is appropriate.
Thank you.
Okay, committee members, we need to move ahead with, if what's either one way or another, the gentleman is asking for a deferral request to July 30th. That's what it proposed, even though I clearly see, and I guess the committee member majority feels that it's an official plan amendment application procedure that works well, but given the fact that MTO is requesting or suggesting, not requesting, suggesting a deferral if we are proceeding with this application today, and hopefully staff will have some more concrete discussion, and we'll get to hear more. Floor is open. I don't have any problems supporting July 30th deferral request as long there's a time limit on it. And it's not just, we're not just leaving open, or they're not asking for 6 months. But again, whatever the way committee wishes to go, I'm okay with it. So looking for a motion to proceed.
Through you, Mr. Chair, a motion to defer to July 30th. But I would request that we get some input from the Conservation Authority.
You mean MTO?
The Churchville Conservation.
Heritage.
And yes.
Okay.
MTO.
So the motion put forward by Ms. Doffler to defer July 30th. I do agree with Ms. Doffler. Do we have seconder of this motion? Seconded by Ms. Marcus. All in favor? So this application has been deferred to July 30th. But again, just comment, we just don't want to come back with this information we have in front of us. We are for sure going to make a decision on July 30th. At least that's what I'm in the opinion, and would like to see some concrete discussions and the new information. We just don't want to repeat the same discussion being discussed here or being presented here today.
Very
Thank
good.
you so much.
Thank you, sir. Pleasure being in front of the new committee members, by the way. Welcome.
Calling application B 19-015-935-2791 Canada Inc. Property is located at 10788 Bramalea Road.
Good morning, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Prince Reyes of Land and Building Experts. We represent the owner of the property located at 10788 Bramalea Road. We request the consent of the Committee of Adjustment to the grant of 123 square meters access easement, just right here, in favor of the adjacent property to the south located at 10764 Bramalea Road, to accommodate mutual access over a shared driveway between a planned commercial development of a commercial building containing 3 offices at 10788 Bramalea Road and a planned 15 townhouse development at 10764 Bramalea Road as a part of proper and orderly planning. 10764 Bramalea Road is currently subject to review through development application C04E1401. 10788 Bramalea Road is subject to site plan application SP 15003-002. The proposed easement will not have any negative impact to the public and the municipality. There is a concurrent consent application B19014 submitted by the owner of 10764 Bramalea Road. We hereby request the committee to approve our consent application, with the condition being imposed that consent approval is subject to the approval of the concurrent consent application by B19014 submitted by the owner of 10764 Bramalea Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, any question, comment, concern at this point to the agent? Seeing none, anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application here? Seeing none, staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff have reviewed the application in the context of the criteria set out in the Planning Act, and we find that the application is supportable, subject to the following condition being imposed: that application B19014 be approved, and that's the associated consent application to create the other half of the easement.
Okay, so short and sweet, I guess, reported by staff. We do have another application, I think, our very next property later in the agenda. So, committee members, any comment, any question?
Through the chair, I think we need to point out to this applicant that there are standard conditions. The Secretary Treasurer, in that they will need to be providing a reference plan and certificate fee associated with the application.
Exactly, Ms. Myers, we do have in our package here. Sir, I would request staff if they can read these recommendations, possible conditions by
Through you, Mr. Chair, those 2 standard conditions. Number 1, that a Secretary Treasurer certificate fee shall be paid in the amount current at the time of the issuance of the Secretary Treasurer certificate. And 2, approval of the draft reference plans as applicable shall be obtained at the Committee of Adjustment office, and the required number of prints of the resultant depositive reference plan shall be received.
So, sir, do you accept and agree to these
Yes,
conditions by Secretary Treasurer?
Yes, I agree with all the consent and conditions.
Okay. Committee members, if no further discussion, looking for a motion as we have these conditions proposed by Secretary Treasurer. Motion to approve with conditions by Ms. Duffler, seconded by Mr. Coe. All in favor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members.
Welcome.
Calling application B 18027-259-8919 Ontario Inc. The property is located at 10534 Pure Ontario Street.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
For the record, my name is Colin Chung of Glenn Schnarr and Associates Inc. I'm the planner for the applicant, the owner. Mr. Chairman, this is a vacant industrial property in the heart of the city. So it's been a vacant property for a long time. Just as a history, Mr. Chairman, this is about a 30-acre vacant property. The previous owner, Mr. Chairman, had advanced a conversion of employment land to retail. At that time, Costco was interested in locating its second store in Brampton at that location. City Council approved the conversion of employment land. Unfortunately, Costco, after, decided to not locate its second store at that location. As a result, the previous owner has sold the property to the current owner, who's the applicant to this application today. The current owner, his intent is to develop this site for industrial uses. On behalf of the owner, I went to council and got the previous employment land conversion rescinded back to industrial use. So today, the site has now maintained its original zoning, which is M1 zone for a parcel that's being proposed to be severed along here Ontario Street, and M2 zone, which is predominantly the rest of the site inboard to this property. I know there's two members of the committee who had dealt with me with the previous deferrals a couple times, and I know there are new members of the committee, so I'll just take you a little bit background on the history of the deferral. The current owner who purchased this property advanced the consent application, which is before you, and the application was filed in December 2018. The purpose of the consent application was to sever the front portion of the property, which is on Highway 10, or here Ontario Street, which is currently zoned M1. And the reason for that severance is to sever that front portion, sell it to a second owner to refinance its development for the rest of the development that's M2 zone today. On record, staff have always raised concerns with the severance application. The owner had pursued alternative means to look at financing this project. So I sought deferral now twice. This is now the, I guess, second deferral that's before you. The reason for the deferral was the owner was looking at exploring a joint venture partner to see if they can find a finance partner to develop the site.
Mr. Chung, at one point, I guess when we grant the deferral, if I'm not wrong, I guess there were some possible discussions or maybe some sale was going on, some possibility of, so I guess that did not go through, or what is the current status?
No, Mr. Chairman, the discussion is still ongoing. Matter of fact, discussion has not closed. But again, I'm before you very sheepishly because I asked for 2 deferrals already. I'm not sure if it's prudent for me or appropriate for me to ask for a 3rd deferral. I know the committee have been very indulgent about giving this application 2 deferrals in the past. And I say that because there are 3 members of the committee who were not part of that decision before. I know the practice of the committee is not to continue to approve deferrals. So I'm before you today to deal with this application, but I want to be on record that the owner is still having discussions, that discussions has not closed. If the owner had the choice today, they would certainly seek deferral this application for another couple months to see if that discussion can end and that there may be an opportunity for a partner who can finance this project. But with your indulgence, I'm prepared to deal with this application today because staff position on this consent application is not going to change no matter what the owner does with the joint venture partner.
My comment on this, Mr. Chung, is, I find you reasonable over the time, and sometimes agents or the applicants come here and seek an open-end, deferral, and both occasions you were very reasonable on that note, and that's That's why I'm admitting it here that, you know, you have done a good job on this and you understand. We are not here to just deferring the applications and hearing the matter on the later date. But if something is concrete and something is reasonable, you can still seek for deferral, but make sure we have some concrete answer on that day. And instead of asking for maybe a month or 2 months, as you have done in the past, you should have maybe gone for a good 3, 4, 5 months time or something at that point, instead of coming back here and as you stated that you didn't just want to get up and seek for a deferral. I do understand where you're coming from, and that's what that's actually nice of you. You understand our position as well, that we are just not gonna just keep deferring the things. But if as long there's some solid ground, the committee knows this application, and I guess the new members as well, because the history is attached to this one. It's entirely your call if you want to proceed, or you may, if you think we can proceed in the future date, we can seriously look on something. And if there's something, if this is just something talk in the air and you don't see any target being achieved, and you know doesn't look good for just coming back and sending the same the letters to the neighbors and they keep repeating the procedure. But we understand it's a big property, and it might take some time on this. It's entirely your call.
Mr. Chairman, thank
any
you
of
for
my,
that.
sorry, Mr. Chung, any of the committee members have some comment, they can certainly join me as well, but otherwise, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The owner's preference is to seek deferral, allow time to continue with the negotiations and complete that negotiation. So the only reason why I'm before you today trying to deal with this application, because I respect this committee, that committee already granted 2 deferrals in the past. But if the owner's preference is to actually seek for the 3rd deferral, keep in mind, I'm not part of that negotiation, so sometimes negotiations take time. Some things happen. It takes longer than what is anticipated. And in hindsight, Mr. Chairman, you're right. Maybe I should have sought for a much longer deferral. I didn't think the discussion would take this long between the 2 parties. So maybe what I can do is this, Mr. Chairman. Maybe I can seek a deferral for another 2 months to allow the completion of the negotiation discussion to take place. If that does not conclude to a point of financing this project, then I can come before you and deal with this application then. So if I can indulge the committee and ask for a deferral, if I may. If the committee choose and decide not to grant deferral, I'm here today to deal with this application.
Sure, and I would like to have staff's opinion, and if any of my committee members would like to give their opinion, they're more than welcome. I don't see any, some of those typical scenarios where we have some notice of violation or some properties going into prosecutions, and we always very, very careful on that note when someone comes ask for a deferral. This is something, the land has been sitting there, and somebody's trying to do something hopefully good with the land, and we are just here to make that decision on that. So I'm open for the discussion. Any committee members can give their opinion, and then we'll move on to the staff. But I quickly like to ask anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application. Seeing none. Committee members, any question, concern? Please go ahead, Ms. Marcus.
I don't have any problem with an extension of 2 months, but knowing how the business works, you think that 2 months is plenty of time for you to conclude your current negotiations and to come to before this board with the proper information?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Every time I sought deferral was on the guidance of the owner who's involved in the negotiation with the joint venture partner. So I can only rely upon the information from the owner. The owner feels confident, and I'm going to say there's some qualifier because they were confident the 2 other times as well. So I think 2 months is reasonable. For me, obviously, more time, the better for the owner to negotiate. But with the committee having granted 2 deferrals already, I think I would be pushing the boundary if I were to seek deferral greater than 2 months. The reality is, if 2 months is not enough, I'll have to come before you, either deal with the application then and explain where we are with the negotiation at that time.
Okay, any other question, comment? Committee members? Go ahead, Mr. Coe.
Just in relation to the application, and I see that the history of the application has gone on for quite some time, and it has been deferred a few times. And just to follow up with what you said, the 2 months is gonna be ample time for you to do what you need to do? And if so, maybe we can finalize everything within that 2 months and kind of get everything cleared up from there, because this has gone on for quite some time now, so hopefully we can kind of expedite things and not to move things any faster than it needs to be, but in order to kind of get things done on your end and to give you guys a definitive answer, you need to move forward from here, whether it's approved or not. So hopefully we can get that done within that 2 months, so I'm good with the 2 months. And again, the rest of the committee members can look into that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Coe. Staff, could you please weigh in your comment?
Mr. Chair, I won't go through all our comments unless you would like us to. I will note that this was originally heard on December 4th. It was deferred to March 5th. It was deferred to May 7th. And we are here now on June 18th. On May 7th, we requested that the committee deal with it at this meeting, that we did not want to pursue a further deferral. Staff's position, because of our official plan policies, will be consistent on this application, that if there's proposed for municipal roads on this site, and that is through a plan of subdivision process and not a committee of adjustment process. So our staff comment will not change, as it has not the last 3, well, this is the 4th report you've seen on this. So as indicated on May 7th, we wish the committee would consider this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chung, why your applicant is not dealing through official plan amendment process rather than coming to us? I understand they wants to sever the piece, but let's say we're proceeding with this application today and the outcome is not what you're looking for. I guess the owner can still go through the same negotiation after that, or they're still seeking if the negotiations are not going properly, and you would like to present your case, even though the staff has a difference of opinion.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Firstly, just to clarify, this consent application or the development of this site does not require an amendment to the official plan. That is not the fundamental issue. The issue really comes down to the provision of a public road on this site and the location of the public road on this site. And the consent application that was filed on behalf of the owner. The disagreement between myself as a professional planner and City of Brampton professional planner is that the land to be severed is not subject to any type of future public road, and therefore the city's interest in a priority to deliver through the application or development proposal the provisional public road is actually on the retained lands, not on the severed lands. And that's a fundamental disagreement between myself and staff. And with credit to staff, there isn't anything that I need to do to further that dialogue with staff, the planners at the city. Staff have wrote a very comprehensive report. There isn't anything in there that I need to further discussion. We had many discussions in the past on this application. The crux of the disagreement is how would the land to be severed, the portion on Hurontario Street that's zoned M1 versus the land that are proposed to be retained, which is zoned M2. And how does the severance prejudice or impede the city's ability to assess and evaluate the provision of a future public road on the retained lands to be proposed? That is a fundamental issue. And there's one policy in the official plan that city staff and myself have a planning disagreement.
Okay.
And I'm prepared to deal with it either today or in the future. And I know the owner's preference is to deal with it after they exhausted negotiation with a joint venture partner. I hope that clarifies, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so again, we have a good discussion over the time. I guess the point is right now whether we are proceeding with this application or we are deferring it. I'd like to hear what majority thinks. Why don't you suggest 2 months? Ms. Myers, which possible date we are looking? So if we are going ahead with the deferral request, at least we can propose that date.
I would suspect it may take us through the chair, to either August the 20th hearing or September 10th.
August 20th or September 10th. So we are right now middle of June. I guess August 20th would be 2 months from now.
Yeah, just a summer holiday, things move slowly.
Let's see how things goes on that note, Ms. Marcus. Committee members, I guess we have enough of the discussion. 2 members already expressed their opinion. If we are deferring it for another 2 months, given the fact there's a discussions going on and they wishes to resolve this. If not, I guess we'll deal with on August 20th date. So looking forward to a motion or comment to move ahead if we are going, if we are deferring it to August 20th date.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and with the greatest of respect, my suggestion would be that we refuse this application. I understand, and I'm very proactive in terms of the business components of an application, but there's no guarantee that when this comes back that there will be an agreement. I think we still have the situation where the staff is not going to support it. So I'm not seeing how we're going to move beyond the staff's recommendations and an understanding that both the applicant and the city have a fundamental aspect that they have to address. My suggestion would be that that fundamental aspect gets addressed between the applicant and the city, and that we wish the greatest of success for the applicant, for the owner of the property in their negotiations, but there's no guarantee that this is going to be done in any time frame. So my suggestion would be, because it's been before us several times, that we refuse and hope that you can come back with something that works for all parties if that needs to transpire.
Just to clarify again, Mr. Chairman, the reason why we've been seeking deferral is that the deferral, and if there's a successful negotiation between the joint venture partner, the consent application would be withdrawn. There's no need for a consent application because there's no need to refinance this site by the owner. So I just want to clarify that the deferral is not about giving 2 months and the likelihood that it's going to come back before you with the same application. The 2-month deferral, or the deferrals that were granted in the past, was to find an alternative way to finance this project. And if there's a successful partnership or maybe sale, this application that's before you would be withdrawn. There's no need for this application to be heard by the committee. That's the distinction with the deferral. So I just want to clarify that.
I do agree with both arguments. As Ms. Toffler stated, that we already gone through quite some time. If, let's say, this application is going to be refused, the owner still has opportunity to do all sort of negotiation. But again, as I do agree with your comment as well, that if there's such negotiation or some joint venture partnership is happening, or which, as you're saying, that is already in place, the discussions, this application can be withdrawn. So again, I get to see both sides of the story, but we gotta move on from here. I'm looking for a motion to proceed or more comments, so whatever the way we wishes to go. Committee members, please, go ahead.
I would put forward a motion to support the staff and to refuse the application.
So we have a motion in front of us by Ms. Toffler to
Just point
To-
of clarification, if that's the motion, then I have no chance to actually.
Exactly, that's what I was gonna come, I guess, at this point, if I may correct, Ms. Doffler, we are seeking if, they have the majority for August 20th, deferral, request. If not, then I guess we will be dealing with the application and the agent would like some time for their presentation. So if you can withdraw your motion, I guess, or I can still ask for a seconder, but I guess the agent needs some time for their presentation. So,
I will withdraw.
okay, so motion has been withdrawn by Ms. Doppler for the refusal of the application. Looking for another motion.
No, my motion is just, and I've got no issue with approving it or to seeking it at another date, just to give them the benefit of the doubt for discussion.
Okay, so motion put forward by Mr. Cope to defer to August 20th hearing date, and seconded by Ms. Marcus. All in favor? Do we have the majority? We're going into the voting. Okay, so this is deferred to August 20th with the.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I hope we'll have the final answer, and we'd like to see your presentation, Mr. Chung, on that day. Or maybe you can withdraw the application on that day. Thank you.
And through the chair, I'm just confirming that members Dorfler and Power have dissented to
Yes.
convene. Calling application B 19014, Navjot Brar. The property is located at 10764 Bramley Road.
Good morning.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Eric Mertzu. I'm here on behalf of the owner at 10764 Bramley Road. We are requesting here from committee today to grant an easement of approximately 123 square meters. This would be for a mutual access, and it was in conjunction with the application you heard earlier. I believe it was B19-015. So it is for a mutual driveway, and it'll serve for, it'll be in favor of their property as well as theirs being in favor of ours.
Yes, we do recall this deferring it, and we have the adjoining property application we just dealt with. Committee members, any question, comment at this point to the agent? Seeing none. Anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application? Seeing none. Sorry, sir. My apologies. If you can please, let me just state the address. It's in Ward number 9, 10764 Bramley Road.
No, that's not it. I just wanted to say something. There's four senior people sitting there waiting to listen to this when we just want to get in and out. I'm sorry, but it's back away, child and everything, it's not right.
Are you here for this particular application or some other application?
Just right here.
Well, we have the agenda, and we are following the agenda accordingly, and everyone has the time to speak, and the discussions takes time. This is the procedure. My apologies, but if they have, maybe they can request which item this lady is here for.
Minor variance for 5 Newfoundland Court.
Okay, so I guess what we need to do, let me deal with this application, and then once we are done with this application, we'll see if we can move ahead with the agenda, or we can take staff's opinion, clerk's office opinion on that. Anyone here to speak for this particular application, B19014? Seeing none, staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff reviewed the application in accordance with the criteria set out in the Planning Act, and we are in agreement that the application is supportable, subject to the following conditions. One, that a secretary treasurer certificate fee shall be paid in the amount current at the time of the issuance of the secretary treasurer's certificate. Number two, that the approval of the draft reference plans as applicable shall be obtained at the Committee of Adjustment office, and the required number of prints of the resultant deposited reference plan shall be received. And number three, that application B19-015, which is the associated part of the easement, be approved.
Okay. Sir, do you agree and in agreement with these, you understand and agreement with these conditions put forward?
Yes, those are acceptable.
Okay, if no further business, looking for a motion to proceed? Motion to approve with staff's recommendations. Seconded by, motion to approve put forward by Mr. Cope, second by Mr. Power. All in favor? This is approved. Thank you. Ms. Marks, would you like to proceed further?
Through the chair, if it is the will of the committee to bring an application forward at this time, we can call that application.
What's the application number for this? Are you from 5 Hazel Glen Court? Okay, so committee members, would you wish to bring this up in the agenda? Do I have the majority saying yes? Okay. See, majority speaks. And thank you for attending this application, but we have some procedure, but, you know.
They're my supporters.
Okay, that's good.
Okay,
Do you have
calling
supporters?
application, application A19-101, Rolando Rosca and Roland Malari. The property is located at 5 Hazel Glen Court.
Okay, please go ahead. If you wishes to say something else which has not been in this application. Your name for the record, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Rolando Rosca. Yes, we are the owner of the shed in front of the house, 5 Hazel Glen Court. I'd like to ask if permit the existing shed.
In front of our
Yes.
yard.
Okay, yeah, I remember. I was at your property, in fact, yesterday to look for. No problem. Committee members, any comment, concern at this point? Seeing none. Anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application?
Yes, I would like to speak
Please step up, your name and address for the record.
on the front here.
Please come at the podium, sir. Take your time, no problem. If you please step aside.
My name is Ronald Caverly.
Mhm.
Live at 25 Hazel Glen Court, been there for 37 years. And we know the individuals involved in the family. And those properties, as you know, years ago, some of them didn't work out for people. You had a large front yard and no yard at the back.
Mhm.
This is what these people have. But they shouldn't be another neighbor going after them because they have this little shed in front of the house because of their children and a big family. There's nothing wrong with it. A lot of people have done it. And there's worse things on that street. But I think it's unfair. And we've been there 37 years and we put up with a lot, but these are wonderful people.
Sorry, sir, what you are calling unfair, can you please repeat that? I did not get that part.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you just called unfair. Could you please repeat that?
Yeah, I think it's unfair for somebody else in the neighborhood, on the street, picking these people out just because they have a large family. I think it's it.
Okay, no.
Okay?
So you are in support of...
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay.
And we have other people from the street here.
No problem. Okay, that's good.
Thank you.
You have lots of support
Thank you.
here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, one more gentleman is coming for your name and address for the record, please.
My name's Tony Dominelli, and I'm the resident of number 6 Hazel Glen Court, and I have no objection to the structure that is there. I don't know whose problem it was that complained, but if there was anyone that would be objecting to it, would be me. and I'm right beside there, and I have no objection to that.
Thank you. We do have a written support letter from, I guess, 30, house number 30 on the same street, from Vanessa Thiessen as well.
Thank you.
So anybody else? I guess we get all the support here. Would you like to be on record? Please come forward. Your name and address, please.
My name is Mrs. Frere. I'm at 28 Hazel Glen. I live exactly across the street from them. And I look directly at their house, and they are wonderful people, and I don't have one bit of problem with that shed being there. I mean, I'm looking over there, and it does not bother me, and I think they're entitled to it.
Okay, sure. We noted your comments. Thank you for coming up here. Okay, committee members, any question? If not, I'm going to ask staff's opinion, so we'll get to hear staff's recommendations. Staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff are also in support of this application, subject to a few conditions being imposed. Those conditions include, number one, that the extent of the variances be generally limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. Number two, that drainage on adjacent properties shall not be adversely affected. Number three, that the accessory structure or the shed be relocated off of the existing maintenance easement, as indicated on the sketch by the applicant, that's their intent. Number four, that a drawing to address the installation of landscape screening for the shed shall be submitted and implemented within 90 days of the committee's decision or within an extended period of time as approved by the Director of Development Services, and that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void. With condition number four, what we're trying to achieve is maybe to assist the applicant in putting together some landscape screening to improve the visual impacts of the shed. So that's the intent of that particular condition.
Okay. So do you understand and accept these conditions? You have your staff is supporting your application, but they're coming up with some recommendations, some conditions. Do you understand? Did you get the chance to read them? And
Yes.
Do you accept those recommendations?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So committee members, if no further discussion, looking for a motion. Motion to
approve.
with staff's recommendation by Ms. Stoffler, seconded by Mr. Pope. All in favor? Approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks to all the wonderful neighbors for coming.
Calling application A19097, Sanjita Bavari and Sanjay Nalawat. The property is located at 25 Garfield Crescent.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is Parag Murpudi, and I am living at 475 Bramley Road, Brampton.
Ms. Myers,
And
did you
I'm the authorized
vote?
agent for Sanjita Bhavri and Sanjay Nalawade. The property is 25 Garfield Crescent, and the application number is A19097. We have applied for allowed the we have applied for the allow additional parking space so that we can qualify for the second unit. The existing parking width is 2.46 meter, which is 8.07, and as per the bylaw, we need 8.53. So we are actually short by 0.42. So we have got some supporting letters also from the neighbors that they are agreeing with this adjustment. So can I hand it over?
Sure, Ms. Myers will collect that from you.
So we have almost 7 members Unfortunately, they are not able to come here, but they have signed the document, which is in support. So this particular development will not impact any negative on the community. Many semi-detached houses have an issue of additional parking, and there are almost 30,000 houses in Brampton which are semi-detached, and they only differ because of these parking issues. So this lot is particularly 30 feet or more, but we have only 2 parkings, and the third parking can be achieved if it is allowed.
Okay, committee members, any question or comment at this point? We'll get to hear staff report. I was at my site visit there. There's no sidewalk. To me, when I look at the driveway, it looks like 3 cars can be fit, but I'm sure we'll get to hear staff's opinion and the thing. But at this point, anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application? Please come forward.
Yeah, can I come there?
Yeah, Ms. Sala, this is your turn. Are you the neighbor or?
No, I'm the owner of the property.
Okay.
Thank you for giving me a chance of talking. Actually,
Your name, please, just for the record.
My name is Sanyogita Bavre.
Okay.
Yes, and I would also like to say that if we get this chance, it would be a good help to us, because we'll be also helping the community for getting affordable housing, which is a real big challenge for the newcomers nowadays. So, as citizens who were once immigrants, we believe that affordable housing is incredibly important. And as mentioned in the application, this will act as a way to increase affordable housing in a prime location. So the application also claims that further development for a second dwelling will help overall development of the land, as well as which is beneficial for the entire community. There is no health and safety issue with this change. This application also states that this value is very nominal in nature, and there will be no disturbance to the neighboring community, and that it is not anticipated that it will cause any negative impacts on the neighboring community as well. As I also have submitted the support from our neighboring neighbors, so you have them too. Yeah.
Okay.
I would really appreciate if you think on it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks
We'll think
so
on
much.
it.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for being here. Staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff have evaluated the minor variance application in regard to the 4 tests under the Planning Act, and unfortunately it does not meet all 4 of those tests, and as such, staff recommend that application A19-097 be refused.
Okay, just question, I guess Ms. Corzola can answer better, as she always does. We need 3 parking if someone wants to have a secondary dwelling unit. That's one of the criteria.
That's correct. 3 full-sized parking spaces measuring a minimum of 2.6 meters wide by 5.4 meters long. They also have to be located entirely within the boundaries of the private property. No portion of that required parking space may extend onto the city boulevard. In this case, while the driveway certainly exists and it's possible to park a car between the house and the side lot line, the dimension of 2.46 is just slightly less than what they would need for a required parking space, which is 2.6 meters.
They don't have the garage on this property.
That's
So-
correct. That's the issue.
Yeah, that's the issue. Let's say they come for an application for a garage in the future. Do you see that possibility? Or?
If they were to put a detached garage in the rear yard, it's possible that that would create the additional parking space required. However, they would still require a variance for a reduction in the minimum driveway width to access that garage in the rear yard. The bylaw does require a minimum 3-meter wide driveway in order to access the rear yard for the purpose of parking.
When I look at the driveway, to me, they did not extend any portion. It's still whatever the piece we get from the builder. and my, without looking into any dimensions, but when I look at the driveway, I find, because this property is located very next to the corner, even though the fence was a bit closer, I guess the boundary, driveway was too close to the boundary for the corner property. But on another note, if you look at the driveway and the size, in my opinion, we can fit 3 cars in. It's not, I didn't see any violation or, sometime during my time on the committee and visiting the properties, I have noted people extend their driveways in order for them to achieve the requirement for the additional parking. So I have that soft corner for this particular application. Rest of the committee members can speak their point, but if it's up to me, I would not have any problem supporting this application. But for sure, I would like to have the wording and on the recommendations by the staff. But again, committee members, any question, comment, please go ahead. Would you like to say something?
Just for clarification through you, Mr. Chair, I work in feet and inches better. Does anybody know what the difference between the 8.07 and 8.53 feet is in terms of numbers of inches?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's about this much.
It's your palm.
So a few inches. Thank you.
So that's what is holding us back this much? Okay, then give it this much, I guess.
No.
Through you,
It's a
Mr.
palm
Chair,
width. You can measure right now.
the portion that's holding us back here is the test that whether this conforms to the intent of the official plan. As you may know, we have a very specific policy within the official plan that speaks to if a variance is requested to the implementing bylaw, being section 1016 of the zoning bylaw, then it cannot meet that test because that section requires a zoning bylaw amendment is required. So unfortunately, it's not able to pass that single test.
Okay. If we, as a majority of the committee, I guess at this point is going in the direction to, they might approve this application. Is there some conditions staff would like to propose?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are no recommended conditions. There's no alteration to the site that's proposed. It's simply recognizing the reduced dimension for that required third parking space if you were to choose to determine that the 4 tests of a variance are met. That's certainly your prerogative. I would, if a condition was to be added, I would simply perhaps caution that, that at no time shall the driveway be widened in excess of the maximum permitted width allowable by the zoning bylaw. That would be my only suggestion. At this point, I do not think there's any plans to widen the driveway. And I do want to speak to, on the note, and I know you suggested that people do occasionally widen their driveways to accommodate that third space. And that is an option that's available to this applicant as far as widening it, but they would not be permitted to widen it so far as to be able to comply. So this is really their only alternative, or as the official plan suggests, to obtain a rezoning to allow a second unit here, which is what the test is that planning staff is suggesting it fails.
So if they, just a quick question, Ms. Corzola, and please correct me if I'm wrong. If they can extend a little bit, can they achieve this? No? Because it's a different
Their
test?
maximum permitted width is 22 feet. Right now, that will accommodate 2 cars at 22 feet, which is 6.71 meters. So they still need the additional width. They would need, I guess it's just over 7 meters in order to be able to park 3 cars side by side, which is what would be required. This envisions a tandem parking situation where you're extending the parking space, one of the required, up into the side yard between the building and the lot line.
Another question. Do this need 3-car parking side by side if they wishes to achieve? No, I guess.
No, tandem parking is a permitted configuration to register a second.
Okay, so I guess the committee can speak and looking for, please go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my apologies. Just one more clarification on the applicant's letter that was submitted. It indicates many houses on the street with the same dimension and structure fall under the Grandfather Act. May I just ask both of the applicant and the city in terms of quantity of homes and how it falls under the Grandfather Act?
See, on the same street, there are 3 houses are already declared as a second unit. So it's, I can say, it's 17 Garfield Crescent. And if you see this, that's the 17 Garfield Crescent. It's already approved as a second unit in 2001, and they have similar 8.05 as a parking width. The second property is 48 Garfield Crescent. I'll just show you that also. So the 48 Garfield Crescent is lot 19R, and if you see it's exactly same dimension 8.07, which are also approved in similar days. So I will really request that, based on those conditions, if you approve this, the entire community will get benefited, and the real affordable housing is for the tenants also who cannot afford the car, who has a basic job of $14. They cannot afford the insurance also. Auto insurance is also high, and the homeowner is also not able to pay the mortgages, and in case of any unforeseen situations like job loss or anything, it will be a supportive income for them.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just a clarification then for city staff. Are there in fact other properties that have a similar situation that are grandfathered?
They are in fact grandfathered, or what is called legal non-conforming. They were registered under the old regime. There are 3 on this property where the 3rd parking space was not a requirement at the time that they were created and registered. The parking requirement to provide that additional parking space was introduced by council in the 2015 amendment for the new registration process. So any that were previously registered are considered to be legal non-conforming and do not have to be brought up to today's standards. Whereas this property now being registered as a new unit must meet the minimum requirements of the zoning bylaw.
Thank you. I think that helps us to understand the character of the street. Thank you.
I guess we have spent good time to discuss. If we are going ahead with and taking that recommendation to not widening the driveway, in the event they need that extension in the future, they can still come back to the committee?
They are entitled to widen their driveway to the maximum permitted width. Their driveway is currently narrower than it would be allowed to be. So they could widen. My only ask in the condition is that the condition simply state the driveway shall not be widened in excess of what would be permitted in the zoning bylaw. If they do choose to attempt to widen it beyond what the bylaw allows, then yes, they would require to come back for a variance to allow the excess width of driveway.
Okay, that's good. I guess, Ms. Carzola, if you can please provide or state the exact wording, so that will be benefits for us to move ahead for this condition we would like to put forward.
Certainly, the wording I'm proposing is that the driveway shall not be widened in excess of the maximum permitted driveway width allowable by the zoning bylaw.
Thank you. So we have this condition, so committee members. Motion to approve with the condition. Are you in agreement with that condition?
Yeah, with this existing driveway, we are good for all the parkings. Only this additional parking is the issue.
Okay, so we have motion put forward with condition by Mr. Cope, seconded by Ms. Marcus. All in favor? So this is approved.
Thank you very much.
Calling application A19098, Abid Ahmad. Property is located at 66 Education Road.
Still good morning. Yeah.
Good morning, committee members. I'm the agent. I'm not too sure if I have to start discussing about the application or the owner should do so.
Doesn't matter, we have the application, you can, if,
Okay.
we have the information already, if you wish to speak anything additional, or still you can talk about the application, no problem.
Yeah, just a brief history to make you aware of that. Following the incident, the vehicle impact incident late 2018, Perio Engineering, on behalf of the insurance company, applied for a building permit. However, we were notified that application cannot be issued because of there is a enclosure of the porch in front of on front elevation of the building, and it ended up with applying for minor variance. And what has been done by the previous owner, not the current owner, the porch had been enclosed by glass panes, and because of that, the application was actually not accepted. The original building permit not accepted, and we are here to apply for minor variance.
Okay,
A special
thank you. Committee members, any question, comment? Seeing none, anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application? Seeing none, staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff have reviewed the application against the 4 tests of a minor variance, and we find that the application is supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. Number 1, that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. Number 2, that the owner shall obtain a building permit for the front porch enclosure within 60 days of the date of the committee's final decision. And number 3, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void. And we are requesting that second condition just to ensure that this enclosure does get a building code and is constructed, or a building permit rather, and is constructed in accordance with the OBC.
Okay, so just question, the 60 days is good enough time, do you think?
Yes, it is good.
Yeah, should be.
Okay, so committee members looking for a motion to proceed? Motion to approve with condition by Mr. Power, seconded by Ms. Duffler. All in favor? This is approved.
Thank you.
Calling application A19099, 2258403 Ontario Limited. The property is located at 62 Progress Court.
Good morning, committee. My name is Fausto Cortez. I'm the agent representing the owner in this matter.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please go ahead.
So I'd like to tell the committee a little story. 2014, my owner had the opportunity to acquire the North American rights to a process from Europe. That North American rights would make him the only wide flange manufacturer in all of Canada. He put in his bid, $4 million, with a $1 million deposit, and he won. So the process came to Canada. The problem was, where do we house it? So we went around looking for the best building that we could, or a building at all. And I don't know if you guys are aware, however, crane buildings are very hard to find. And we were unable to find the crane building that was suitable enough to house the manufacturing process. The line that he brought to Canada is like 300 feet long. And we could not find a building to house it. So he had 2 options. He can give up his $1 million deposit, give up his North American rights, or he had to find a solution. The only solution we could come up with was for him to proceed and build an addition to his existing building. Unfortunately, we knew that we would not be able to obtain a building permit in time. We knew that we were going probably against the building code, against the bylaw at that point in time. However, he had no other choice. So it was a business decision, and he chose to make it. Since then, he's run the process to Canada. It's become quite successful. He's put another $4 million into getting approvals in place for fire ratings and things of that nature, getting it added into the Ontario Building Code, and now it has become revolutionary in Canada. It reduces the amount of weight in a beam by 40%. It reduces people's carbon footprint. Developers love it, and it actually saves people money. Since then, he's added 70 employees to his process in order to keep up with demand. He's purchased a building in Bolton, and he's purchased a building in St. Catharines. Both very large purchases and very large facilities. However, he's chosen to keep this process in Brampton, the place where it started. He's dedicated to his employees, and he wants to keep them here.
Sorry, how many employees?
70.
Okay.
So the process actually brings about $10 million a year to Brampton through salaries. He has $1.8 million in trucking alone. He purchases bolts, paint, shipping. He does all these things that are associated with the process, and he does them in Brampton. And he'd like to keep it that way. So we've been working with staff. Staff's been great. We understand. We all understand that my client made a calculated risk, and it worked out for him. So his only opportunity now, his only challenge now is obtaining the approval. Now we've tried to work with staff, and staff has been great, and we've gone through many hurdles, and we've moved past many hurdles. There are a few that we cannot get past, and they're represented in the staff's comments reports to you today. Now, there are. We feel that the requirements that we're asking for, or the variances that we're asking for, are minor. There are a lot of them. I understand, 4 in total, but we do feel that they're minor. Now, I would like to speak to the portion of the report which speaks about trucking and truck movement and safety issues. Now, those issues I can contest do exist, and the truck movement doesn't currently work on the facility. However, it never worked. It never worked before the addition, and it never worked for the neighbors, and it never worked for anyone on the street. The reality is that in a steel manufacturing facility, just like there's 3 others on this street, the steel comes in through the front of the building. And every building on the street has a front loading dock door. Now, we can try to ignore the fact that the steel goes through the front door and say, yes, the individuals have a turning radius acceptable on their property, which a few of them do. But the majority of the time, 90% of the time, the truck is backing up from the road. So all we can do is have a flagman in place when we have deliveries in order to facilitate that backing up from the road. So that is the major constraint, I think, or the major hurdle in the report. And however, the addition that was created doesn't change what was happening prior to and what is going to happen after. So the owner has 2 options. We've tried in the last 4 years to purchase both adjacent properties. We've gone as high as $8 million on the adjacent property. They're not willing to sell. The gentleman stores tractor trailers next door. He makes an obscene amount of money parking tractor trailers. He is not willing to sell it to us. The adjacent property owner, same thing. So now the only thing that we could possibly do is we've gone to them and we've asked to actually rent spaces from them. So that's what we've done. We're going ahead and we're going to put in place an agreement in order for us to park our tractor trailers during the manufacturing process. Sorry, just to step back one more step. During the manufacturing process, what happens is the beams are made, they're loaded onto a trailer, and then they have to either typically sit for 1 day or 2 days until the job site is ready, right? In the event that the job site is not ready, that 1-2 days could extend to a week. Right? So that actually, the storing of those trailers do impede the movability of the site. So the only thing I could recommend to my client was to actually get those trailers off the site. And the only way we could do that is to rent spaces in the adjacent lot or down the street or force the developer to take the loads, which we try to do. However, the man with the money is the king usually. So we end up having to store them. And so that's the plan in place to free up some additional area on the site, yeah, that's what we're proposing.
I understand what we are trying to achieve here. The intent is good. I see. Anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application?
Sorry, can I add one more? So I said the first part of that component. So that was his first option. His only other option is to move the entire process. So his other option is to move, so he has a 350,000 square foot facility in St. Catharines, of which he's using half of. He would move the process to St. Catharines, and then at that point in time, city staff has recommended, removing a section of the building in order to make the turning radius of the truck work. He would either remove a section of the building and sell the building, or he would just demolish the entire building and use it for truck storage, like the adjacent property owner. He's been offered $14 million for the property as a truck storage facility, and he would just demolish the entire building and just do it himself, I guess. So that would be his option number 2. Of course, that would come in with the implication of losing his staff. However, he would have no other choice really in order to move forward.
I understand. Let's get to hear staff's opinion, and then once we have both sides,
Sure.
and then I guess the committee will be in best procedure to comment on the application. So staff, could you please weigh in your comments, please?
Through the chair, staff are recommending refusal of this application, just to start off with. To address some of the issues that the applicant has raised at this point, we understand that there are more employees than there are parking spaces. As the applicant has mentioned, there are attaining, and I wasn't even aware of this, 70 new employees. It's noted that the variance is required, they're requesting 44 parking spaces, whereas the minimum requirement is 89 spaces. The applicant did mention as well that the city and staff and the applicant have been working. We have been working for a substantial amount of time on this application, and they are also aware that the site has been built over a course of time without building permits. Not only this last installment in 2014, but there was also previous portions of the building that were built without building permits. He also mentioned that trucking does and did not work on this site, that in the initial site plan application that was approved, prior to these additional constructions, trucking did operate and was able to function on this site, and that is proven on the original site plan application. I was also unaware until moments ago that they had been speaking to the adjacent owner, and we were of the understanding that the adjacent owners were not willing to sell and would not work with the applicant. He's mentioned that there is a potential for an agreement. Now, we don't know exactly what that all entails. Through our initial discussions, one of our recommendations was to look into some sort of agreement with an adjacent landowner, to have some sort of a potential consent agreement, even if they came up with an access agreement, so that they could incorporate additional lands somehow in order to operate and continue operations on this parcel. So our major concerns are the access to the lands, the trucking, the employee parking. At this point, there's employees parking literally on the street in front of the building. And so we have concerns, obviously, with those operational aspects of it. We also have concerns that they have not attained building permits for not only the new addition, but also the old additions. And that's why we're recommending refusal at this time. If there's the, if you choose to go for a deferral route where we can work with the applicant and they are amenable to looking for a consent agreement or some sort of a consent where an access agreement could be put forward to us, that is a potential option. We would also have to review that in terms of our site plan application that is currently on file with us. So I think that sort of summarizes the speaking points from a staff perspective on this.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I can add, I think given what we've heard today and that there's a possibility for an agreement for off-site parking, we would support a deferral, and I am saying that, which is not what you've heard from me so far today. Ms. Kurzol is going to show you a picture, and not only do we have to address truck parking, one of our concerns is that there's employee parking on the right-of-way. And that's a concern certainly from a fire and life safety perspective, as well as the impact to the adjacent businesses. So I would suggest if the applicant's prepared for probably a 4-month deferral, we would like them to come back for at least one round of site plan and to provide some evidence of then an agreement that they have with the adjacent property owner, not only for the truck parking, but we need you to look at employee parking as well based on the photos we took just during our site visit for this particular application.
I guess staff is very kind and they are also trying to achieve some solution in this case. Before you continue and my rest of the committee members speak, I am always pro-business and I don't like to see any business leaving Brampton. That's what Brampton means business. That's what our council normally say, and I truly believe. At this point, I think what my suggestions are to take 4-month deferral and to work on this. And I guess at some sort, if we all try at the committee level and you work with the staff, I'm sure there might be some solution because in this area, I'm sure you can find some solutions on Sunpack or on Progress Court or to the adjoining property. Or so I guess 4 months, but I'd like to hear from you and then from the committee members, what's their opinion?
Sure. Just to recap a couple of the comments made by staff. When we discussed speaking with the adjacent landowners, staff was open to it. However, they wanted us to move the fencing and bring the adjacent landowners' lands into ours with an enclosed boundary. The adjacent owner is not having that. He will not move the property line. He will not move the fence. He will not go through a consent application or anything of that nature. He will rent the spaces. We tried to buy them, but he would rent the spaces, and that's it. He will not go through any part of jogging his fence line because we were going to try to carve out a little section in the rear and for it to be within our fenced-in boundaries. He does not want to have anything to do with that. We tried. So that we did speak to staff about that, and we did try. So the only thing that we've been able to do is potentially get 10 spots from him for tractor trailers. Hopefully that frees up our site. Now the picture you're seeing in front of you, I can contest that was in the last week, and so sites are 3.5 weeks behind schedule. It's rained every other day for the past 2.5 months. So there's an obscene amount of material being stored, unfortunately, on the site as of now, and that's what's caused that issue. I think we would be open to the 4-month deferral, and so that we could address the issues and try to get something to committee from the neighbors stating that we're renting the spots. Yeah, so I guess like a letter form or something of that nature would suffice. Something that would prove that we're renting spaces, then we could do that for sure.
Just I would like to remind the audience, if anyone wishes to speak on anything, please step out from the chamber. Sir, if you wishes to talk to your, the people sitting next to you, please step out of the chamber, please, because, thank you. Okay, 4 months from now, if we just would like to check with Ms. Myers what we are looking any potential date, because if we are deferring, then obviously we need a date.
Through the chair, 4 months from today's date would bring us closer to October 22nd.
Okay, October 22nd, to the applicant, that's what something you would be fine, October 22nd? Committee members, all good?
Sorry, can I point out one more thing?
Sure.
One more point. The 70 employees that I referred to is total number of employees that work at the facility, and we do run 2 shifts, a night day and nighttime shift. So the 70 employees are not.
It's not one given time.
Exactly.
Okay. Well,
Thank you.
you for doing that, and keep doing. We need
We'll
more
try.
jobs.
We'll try.
So committee members would like to see a motion to defer October 22nd. Motion to defer to October 22nd by Ms. Doppler, seconded by Mr. Power. All in favor?
Thank you, committee. Have a good day.
No problem. At this point, I would like to call for a break for 10 minutes, and we'll be back at 11:10. All good? We're back in the business.
Calling application A19-100, Joe Boss, the property is located at 65 Newfield Street.
Hi, this is Ahmed Al-Karanshawi. I'm the agent from the applicant. So I start to present.
Sure, you can you can add or you can speak, whatever.
Sure. So basically, we had to have this side porch addition at the beginning. So the main reason of the committee was exceeding the maximum coverage and also exceeding the side yard minimum, sorry. So, and then we realized we have another issue that used to be before for the driveway. So, as here we can see, the city by law required 60 centimeters from the other property to be like a landscape. And the issue here is this one is already set years ago to be a concrete pad, and the swelling is already running under it. So like if there is a rain or something, it doesn't have, there is a pipe for it already. So the issue was having this here located, so it wouldn't be easy to be doable in the specific size.
Okay. Remember, any questions, comments at this point? Anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application? Seeing none, staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff have reviewed the application against the 4 tests of the minor variance, and staff have found that the application is supportable in part, subject to the following refusals and conditions being imposed. Number 1, that variance 6 to permit a driveway width of 7.85 meters be refused, and that the owner reinstates the approved maximum driveway width of 7.32 meters within 120 days of the final date of the committee's decision. Number 2, that the at-grade entrance shall not be used to access an unregistered second unit. Number 3, that the gazebo structure remain of an open style construction and not be enclosed. Number 4, that a fence is maintained for the rear dwelling to the rear property line to screen the accessory structure located in the exterior side yard. Number 5, that the height of the accessory structure known as the shed on the sketch attached to the public notice not exceed 2 meters in height. That drainage from the accessory structures shall be directed onto the subject property and drainage shall not impact adjacent properties. That the owner removes the structures identified on the sketch as to be removed within 120 days of the final date of the committee's decision. Number 8, that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. Number 9, that the owner shall obtain a building permit for the at-grade side door within 60 days of the decision. And finally, number 10, that the failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of committee shall render the approval null and void.
Okay, just a quick question. In the recommendation number 1, approved maximum driveway width of 24 feet, the owner reinstates the approved maximum driveway. So basically, we are looking 1.75 feet of the driveway. Is that the permeable aspect we're talking about? Because I was there at the site, and I could see the next door neighbor, house number 63 and 65. They both have the paved concrete between the driveways.
So through you, Mr. Chair, the adjacent property is considered to be legal non-conforming in regard to the driveway width. So that's kind of a separate chapter. For this one, the reduction is referring specifically to the hardscaping that's there now. It doesn't include the requirement for that 0.6 meters to be reinstated, though the applicant has shown on their sketch that they will be putting that 0.6 meters back between the driveway and the lot line. So then there would be that additional little reduction to bring the driveway back down to what it's permitted to be.
So is it going to be anywhere they can reduce, the left side or the right side of the driveway, or between house number 63 or 65 specifically we are suggesting?
So we would likely suggest that it would be on the right side of the property that abuts number 63, but it would be at the applicant's discretion, as long as that hardened surface that you're able, oh, sorry, no, I'm being corrected.
Excuse me, through you, Mr. Chair. No, the applicant must reinstate on the right side. It's the side between the two homes. That's the side that currently abuts the property line. So a requirement under the bylaw of 0.6 meters of permeable, soft landscaping adjacent to that side lot line is what's required. Once that landscaping is reinstated, then the driveway, no further work is needed because the driveway will be reduced such that the maximum width also complies with the bylaw. So that is really the only option the applicant has to comply with the bylaw. You're being asked to allow the variance that will permit that hardscaping to remain right up to the side lot line.
The process, this No problem, that's okay.
Mr. Chair, so what Ms. Carzola had said is correct. That's where they need to reduce.
I figured so, because that's why I talk about permeable landscape aspect. The process this property is going through, I guess at some point 63 has done the same setup. So because of the legal non-conforming use, they were fine with their driveway. But I guess rest of the things, especially to the entrance, the below grade entrance and the cover, which is in the form of addition, they have gone through the same. If the owner is willing to reinstate that part, that's good, but part of me is saying if the next door neighbor can be fine with as is, because they have fenced all the way up. Sometimes when we see the space between two houses, it's not fenced, and we can see some grass, and at this point, I guess the slope is matching to me is fine, and then there is a fire hydrant I noticed in between the two houses as well. So if they are going to cut that concrete portion there in order for them to achieve what is required, and I guess it's been there for years and some time, and both the houses looks fine to me, but again, how we are going to deal with the fire hydrant which is coming in between, is that do we have some sort of guidelines to follow that, or just
Through you, Mr. Chair. Generally speaking, and because the boulevard, the fire hydrant is located on the city boulevard, it is regulated under what's called the Boulevard Maintenance Bylaw. For the most part, it's also considered an encroachment onto city property when you widen beyond the allowable width, and then also encumber a city service like a fire hydrant. Generally speaking, there's a requirement that any paved surface be at least a meter from the fire hydrant. Now, since this fire hydrant is actually on a portion of the boulevard between the two short sides of the driveway, if you will, on a essential 4-foot separation, that would be what we would ask to be reinstated. Anything around the fire hydrant would need to be reinstated to permeable landscaping, and that allows, obviously, any repair or servicing of that hydrant and the line that runs to it that is fully on city property, and all the services are below grade there. So if the decision is the decision might be, and for your consideration, if you're allowing the excess width and the removal of the required permeable surface on the private property, you may also consider whether it's appropriate to allow that same reduction on the city boulevard around the fire hydrant. You could also require that portion that's on the city boulevard be removed.
In this around fire hydrant, I believe, based on my knowledge, the fire hydrant is exactly in the middle of both two houses. Number 63 has been grandfather or legal non-conforming use. So in the event, if we, as a committee, we ask the owner to remove in the boulevard portion, the city portion, is the neighbor has to come as well, because that doesn't fit right to me if they're only removing half of the portion around the fire hydrant, and other half is the legal conforming use does not affect number 63, as they are also on boulevard portion.
Again, the boulevard is owned by the city. So if the condition of the committee is that all of the concrete, if the condition to approve the driveway that's above the sidewalk, as is with the reduction in permeable landscaping, includes a condition that the concrete around the fire hydrant be removed, then that would require that this applicant remove all of the concrete around what is city property. It's not a divided in half situation, it's fully on city land, and if your condition is to reinstate that, then that would be at the sole responsibility of this owner. He can certainly work with his neighbor in an effort to make it look nice for both of them, but that would be a condition you could consider imposing in this decision if you choose to allow this property owner to pave to the lot line in a similar fashion that the other owner was grandfathered to do.
Thank you, Ms. Corzola, for it really helps when you come with these solutions for us. My take on this one is very simple, and I am in favor of keeping the permeable landscape in general, and so as the committee. In this case, the unique situation is the next door property has already paved the driveway with concrete, and they are under legal non-conforming use. So if we are going to ask this family to remove that portion, still I don't think we are doing the proper, like to me. If the grass is also on another side and they have not done this, or at least we are in capacity to ask them to reinstate the same, I would be happy to do it. Otherwise, I'm not in support of touching it now, because to me that's not gonna solve the purpose. Right now the slope is there, and I did not see any tire mark or anybody seeing anyone being parking over there or using as a parking spot for that little addition. It's up to the rest of the committee, but to me, I would be fine as is. But again, it's up to the committee how they would like to proceed. Committee members, any question or comment?
Maybe, Mr. Chair, just a clarification. The site plan that we have before us indicates that there's 1 foot 11 and a half inches or 0.60 meters between the asphalt driveway and the lot line. If that is removed, that still doesn't bring them to the maximum driveway width. And I'm suspecting, but it's not shown on the drawing, but that the fire hydrant is beyond that, or certainly touching ever so slightly. So I think if I could just get her clarification, I'm not sure that dealing with that permeable strip alone will take care of this situation.
Just for confirmation through you, Mr. Chair, the concrete measures 11 inches, 11 and a half inches, or 1 foot 11 and a half inches, I apologize, which means that they would also need to remove half an inch of the asphalt in order to provide 2 feet of permeable. It's one straight cut with a concrete cutter, and it happens all the time. We bring properties into compliance. So it's your decision to make whether or not it's appropriate to either reduce it or to simply eliminate the permeable surface altogether. That's what you're being asked to decide today.
Okay. If, Ms. Carzola, we are going ahead approving the driveway as is, how we can modify the recommendation number 1?
Just 1 second through you, Mr. Chair. We're still looking at that permeable strip versus the driveway width.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, as was indicated, the drawing, it does show the 0.6 landscape strip. So I believe the applicant is indicating through that plan that they are reinstating that 0.6 landscape strip. If not, the variance request would be even wider and is certainly not what was advertised.
Sorry, could you please, so this proposal is given by the property owner.
Yeah.
And based on that, we accepted their proposal, or what they were offering by themselves.
Correct. If I can help to clarify, the plan that was reviewed and on which the variances were based includes the reinstatement of the 0.6 meters of permeable landscaping. That's what your drawing shows. And if that 0.6 meters of permeable landscaping is reinstated, then they would have a resulting driveway width of 7.8 meters. Because that's what the variance was based on. There's been, if the 0.6 meters of permeable landscaping is not reinstated, as Krista had noted, the driveway would be wider, 0.6 meters wider. We'd be looking at 8.05 meters of driveway width, and a variance would need to be advertised for the removal of the required permeable landscape strip either, which was not requested as part of this application. My apologies for the confusion. I thought that they were asking for what you see on site rather than what they've depicted in their drawing, which shows the permeable landscaping being reinstated.
So in this case, if we are going ahead with what has been publicized or sent out in the notice, how are we going to deal with the boulevard portion and the concrete around the fire hydrant? Is the neighbor has to conform as well?
Again, if you're looking to approve the driveway, the additional width of the driveway on the left-hand side now, we're dealing with towards the intersection, you can still impose a condition that would require the removal of the concrete surrounding the fire hydrant, if that is what you choose to do. If you choose to refuse it all, then the applicant would be required to bring the property into compliance. I note that there is planning staff are proposing the property be brought into compliance within 120 days. So that would include the removal of the concrete around the boulevard.
Okay. Thank you. To the applicant, the drawing has been proposed by, obviously, you and the owner. So, would you like us to move ahead? You are willing to cut those portions and come under the compliance as you have shown in the sketch?
I will go with revising the drawing and having a wider width, as we mentioned. I thought that it will be doable to have this part of landscape, but then I realized it wouldn't be doable for my. So we can revise this and remove this landscape.
I have to check if we require another notice, because now it's completely different versus what you have been requested before.
You're right.
So, Ms. Myers, in the event if the variance is changed, do we need to send out another notice? What is the procedure for that? Do we require another notice to send out, or it's up to the committee to?
Through the chair, if the committee deems it to be minor enough that notification is not required, then we would not have to recirculate to property owners. If it's a substantial change, then yes, we would have to recirculate public notices.
Okay. Back to the staff. If I can get some clarity quickly on the dimensions. In the event if the variance changes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the variance not only changes from a proposed width of 7.85 to a width that you're seeking approval of 8.05, but there's also the need for the additional variance to permit the removal in its entirety of the required permeable landscape strip. For your consideration, that may or may not be considered a minor change, particularly since an additional variance will need to be added.
Okay. So I guess in order for us to proceed, we have two options. Either it's up to the committee to follow the staff recommendations as they already indicated in the during their original application, that this is the route they wishes to go, or we just need to juggle with these new dimensions and look on this one. So looking forward a motion to proceed. It's always tough and hard to see when one neighbor is complying and another one get the legal non-conforming use, but at the same time this is something they propose themselves. It's not that staff or we asked them initially. So we need to proceed, but before I guess the staff wishes to make some point.
So I just wanted to weigh in on the 0.6 meters being shown here. So when the application was originally submitted, that wasn't shown on the sketch, but we had spoken to the applicant and advised them that if they were going to remove that strip, they would need the additional variance, like Ms. Corzola said. So they revised their sketch so that they wouldn't have to pursue that variance at that time, and that's how we've gotten to this point today. I just wanted to kind of provide that clarification.
Okay, so after listening to all the discussion, I guess if we go with the staff recommendation to confirm everything, that will save us the additional variance which is required, but it's up to the committee how we would like to proceed.
Small comment.
Alternately, we can approve it as it exists, and it would add on an additional variance. That's not right, right?
The question over here is to the staff by Ms. Marcus. If committee wishes to approve as is there an additional variance need to be added at this point?
And for clarification, approve as is on the site?
Yeah.
Then an additional variance would be required to remove the required 0.6 meter permeable strip, which was proposed by the applicant to be reinstated.
Okay, so that will be what another variance?
So the proposed actually, because when we look at it, I thought it's blocking the drainage from the rainways
But then we realized we having already one installed under the concrete. So that was the main reason. I thought it would be, doable if we remove it. But then the issue is fixed, so we don't have to go with the.
So through you, Mr. Chair, if the applicant would like to amend his application, certainly can request a deferral for your consideration so that a new sketch can be prepared and then a new notification to the public can be sent.
Okay, I think that's better channel moving forward, as we had spent quite some time on this discussion. Would you like to do that?
Yes, sure. No problem.
And roughly how long we need in order for you to coordinate with the staff and through clerk's office if it may require to send out the new notice?
The soonest.
Maybe
the
a few meetings from now? August 28th? No, sorry, not August 28th. Why am
Through the chair, this application could be, if it's the will of the applicant to amend the application, it can be accommodated on a hearing July 30th.
Okay, so July 30th?
July 30th, sure.
Okay, good for staff. We can work, all parties can work together.
And through the chair, if I can just indicate to the applicant that any revised information should be submitted to the city clerk's office no later than July 2nd.
You have 10 days, 12 days. Okay, committee members, would like to proceed after a bit of discussion, looking for a motion to defer this application to July 30th. By Mr. Power, seconded by Ms. Duffler, all in favor? It's deferred to July 30th.
Calling application E19-102, Antonio and Cecilia Stalteri. The property is located at 102 DeGray Drive.
Good morning. So we're requesting a minor variance, which is to permit a setback of, my name, Antonio Stalteri, the homeowner. The request is for a minor variance to permit a setback of 0.7 meters between a proposed deck and the interior side lot lines, whereas the bylaws require a minimum setback of 1.2 meters, so it's right here. This has been supported by the staff, so looking for your support on this minor variance.
Sure. I was at your property. I see a nice slope, and you're trying to do some good work in the backyard, so which is good. Obviously, that add value to the property. Just one quick question. I see there's a conservation land, so at the back. Am I missing something here, or we don't need any require in regards to that conservation authority? I guess not, right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if conservation, if conservation authority approval is required, that would be captured at the time of building permit.
Okay.
Any building permit, obviously, in compliance with applicable law, would require either clearance or approval from the conservation authority.
Okay.
Through the chair, if I can confirm, I did receive an email communication from TRCA confirming that the property is located outside of TRCA regulated area. As such, they do not need to be circulated or commented.
That's good to know. Thank you, Ms. Myers. Anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application? Seeing none. Committee members, any question, comment? Seeing none. Staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Through the chair, staff have reviewed the application and it meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act, so we find it supportable, subject to the following conditions, and if I have your permission, I can read them out. Number 1, that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. Number 2, that drainage from the proposed deck flows solely onto the applicant's property and drainage on adjacent properties not be adversely impacted. And number 3, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void. Thank you.
Okay, sir, do you understand and accept these recommendations?
I do.
That's good. Committee members? Motion to approve with conditions by Mrs. Marcus, seconded by Mr. Cope. All in favor? It's approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Calling application A19-104, Nicole Hermelin and Frank Aponte. Property is located at 20 Concord Drive.
Still
Good
good
afternoon.
morning.
My name is Stephen Schicht. I am working on behalf of the homeowner, Nicole. I apologize. We are applying for three minor variances. Not knowing originally there was already 2 minor variances for the property of a shed above the allowable size and a pergola and 2 play sets. So our application is for a cabana, which we're going over the allowable square footage allowed for 2 dwellings on the property. And we've applied for a variance for a height requirement of 3.57 meters, midpoint roof. I believe that it's 3 meters is what you're allowed. We have recently taken down the pergola and will get rid of the playset in the side yard.
It's already gone.
It's gone.
Yeah.
Okay, sure, committee member, any question, concern at this point?
No questions.
Anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application?
What's the property?
20 Concord Drive, application A19-104.
Yes.
Please come forward, sir. Your name and address for the record, and just for the record, we have 2 letters. One is from 2 Eiffel Drive, and they have their concerns about cabana is too high and wide and affect their view in the backyard, so basically opposing. And also from number 4 Eiffel. I believe that's you, sir?
Yes.
You from number 4 Eiffel?
Yeah, number 4.
Okay, go ahead. And your name, please?
Yeah, my name is William Lin, number 4 Eiffel Boulevard, just behind the applicant's backyard. So we received the letter and we checked the details of the government city rules, bylaws, and we found it is not in compliance with the city rules and bylaws. It is huge, it is too big. We cannot say that is a minor variance. It is really big, you see. So the proposed cabana is about, as they said, it is 16 feet by 20 feet. So it is tall, about 11.79 feet. So the image of the picture looks like a double-car garage, a detached double-car garage, but it is taller than the normal garage. Normal garage is about 8 feet, 9 feet, but this one is nearly 12 feet. And such a structure just behind our yard. So it is first, it is too much over the government allowances, and secondly, it is just behind our yard. It is obstruct our view, natural views and the sunlight. So first we say this structure, this cabana will be the square meters, the proposed square meter is 29.7 square meters. It is about 198% over the rules, and the applicant has a shed in the garden already, so it is 18 square meters. So if 2 structures altogether, it is 48.2 square meters, which will be 241% over the city regulations. So I say this one is a very big structure in terms of the shed or the gazebo or some other small structures in the garden, I mean. So we just behind the yard, so it is just behind our yard, so it will surely affect us, obstruct our views, and so if this structure and afterwards more and more frequent activities in the cabana will surely affect our privacy. So I will not be happy to see such a big structure once are standing in the yard. You see, just the image of the structure, it is double door garage, but higher.
Okay.
So obviously we oppose this one. And the second one, my neighbor, so just before the break, the owner of the house, number 2,
Yeah,
chat
we
with
have their
me.
letter as well.
We just apologize for this because she needs to rush for a very important meeting. He is the vice principal of a senior high school of Brampton. Then he gives me his letter.
We
and
have that
also-
letter, sir. It's for Jagtar Singh, 2 Eiffel?
Yes.
Yeah, the corner property, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we have that letter.
You have that letter?
Yeah.
And also he gives the, just write the authorization on behalf of him to
That's
speak
nice
for
of him. He's in good hands.
Yes. So I think more or less our opinions are the same. So the reason I said already. So
Okay,
I
sure.
would say this is nice area. We love this area. We love our house, our yard. All these are big, nice area, neighborhood. So
Beautiful
greens,
neighborhood.
Very beautiful, I should say. One
Yeah.
of the best one in the one. So I just afraid if there will be 2 more structures, a big one, then approve this one, there will be my house, their house, and the neighbors. They will every people will put up a second one. Then the neighborhood will be looks like lousy, I should say.
Sure. You can certainly come back, but I guess we'll hear the staff. Maybe some of your concerns, we can get some clarification from the staff.
Okay.
If you have anything further to add, you can always raise your hand and come back.
Okay.
That's not a problem. Right now, the maximum height which is allowed is 9.84 feet.
Yes.
And what this application, I guess, is proposing is 11.79 feet. So if I'm not wrong, approximately 2 feet they're asking. Is this coming right behind your backyard?
Mine is a full backyard is
Okay.
for us.
You're the property with the huge trees in the backyard?
Sir, do not go, you need to, when your time comes, you're gonna talk to me, not to the gentleman directly. That's not acceptable.
I apologize.
That's okay. No problem, sir. Let us ask staff and to clarify some of your concerns, and if you need to add something, you're more than welcome to come back.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you,
you.
Mr. Chair.
Anybody else in the audience that wishes to speak on this application?
Mr. Chair, could I say something as well?
Please.
I think we have the same goal in mind. I want to beautify, like, I love my.
Are you the
neighborhood.
owner of the property, ma'am?
Yes, I am the owner of
Okay.
the Culver one. We have the same goal in mind, like, this renovation that I'm proposing is going to be a vast improvement. The budget is over 200,000. So it's not just something flip-flop that's gonna go up. The neighbor that has actually approached me before, came to my property, and I invited them in to show them that it wasn't going to be obstructing their view. It's actually off to, it's off to the side. It's not gonna obstruct their view at all. They have like a lot of trees in their backyard, and I don't see, yeah, like their property is right there. It would maybe cover one tree that's right in the corner of their property, and their view of my backyard, I'm kind of confused by that. So the idea was to put it in this property that would allow more privacy for both of us. Like, it would allow privacy for me and for the neighbor located at number 2. And I'm not sure that they understand, because they came to me saying, you're building a house. And I said, no, this is not a house. This is, sorry, I'm nervous.
No, that's okay.
This is going to be a cabana, and it should be nice. It's all open. They said, well, there's 3 walls. And I said, there's actually, the idea is to have 1 wall and 2 very low walls on either side. It's going to be very open, and it should be very it should be very nice, I would think, a nice addition to the yard. I have 2 kids, 2 small kids. We, I'm not a party house by any means, so they're concerned that if we build a structure there, it's gonna, like, I don't know, become a party house and make lots of noise, which is not the case, because I'm a mom and we've never done that before, so why would we start now? So.
There's no doubt you're adding some value in your property, and it's a big job as your backyard is quite deep and it's not in the straight shape. It's because of the location of the house. It's at the bend, so I think it's a pie-shaped lot, and it goes. I think one corner touches all the way to the doorway, and another corner is with some neighbors. So I guess at this point, what I would like to hear, this is actually better.
Yeah, I don't think it will be overpowering in the backyard too. Like, I think the space will allow for it.
So if I'm correct, I can't, I'm not that tall, but somewhere, that's what I was going to say over there.
This is where the structure is situated.
And another one which is going to be removed, I guess.
Was this one here, and the playset over here were both removed.
Okay. We'd like to hear staff's opinion on this, unless my committee members have some question or concern at this point. Otherwise, staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Through the chair, thank you. We have reviewed this application through the 4 tests, and I'm going to walk you through all our considerations and how we have tried to address them through our conditions. The first one is that the neighborhood is something that's called executive residential. So it has large lots, wide frontages, and this particular lot is of a very generous lot area. It's 12,220 square meters in area. The backyard is considerably larger than all the other lots that we reviewed in this subdivision, but just because of its location. The applicant from the beginning promised that he is going to remove the other 2 accessory buildings. So we'll be left with a shed which is located in the extreme corner and not really impacting any views or any privacy. Also, we put in conditions that ensure that this cabana be of an open style construction from 3 sides. And we had discussions with the applicant, and they are ready to provide some kind of even a nice landscape buffer towards the back. We mandate a requirement that at least 1.8 meters should be the setback from this proposed cabana to the property line, so as not to impact on the privacy of the adjacent neighbors. And another condition that states that the 2 other structures be removed. We think that staff is of the opinion that there's no impacts of drainage, privacy, shadowing, just because of the location of this and the size of the backyard. So, subject to the following conditions, we recommend approval.
Okay. Would you like to read the recommendations?
Sure. That application A19-104 is supportable, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. Number 2, that roof drainage from the proposed cabana shall flow onto the applicant's property and drainage on adjacent properties not to be adversely impacted. Number 3, that the proposed cabana be of an open style construction from 3 sides, and that there be a landscape buffer maintained at the rear between the cabana and the property line. Number 4, that the proposed accessory structure cabana, excluding the eaves, be set back at least 1.8 meters from the rear property line. Number 5, that a building permit be obtained for the cabana identified in the public notice within 60 days of the committee's decision to approve the application. There is a slight modification in number 6. It should say that the existing accessory structures, the pergola and play structure, be removed from the property within 60 days of the committee's decision to approve the application. And number 7, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval nullified. Thank you.
Okay. Just a couple of questions. What is the setback going to be for this from the fence for this proposed cabana from the fence?
The proposal, and as required by the condition, is a 1.8 meter setback, which is 6 feet from the rear property line, which is the fence line. Typically, accessory structures are permitted to be up to 0.6 meters, so 2 feet away, but planning staff is recommending, based on the size of the structure and the height, that an increased setback be mandated at 6 feet, 1.8 meters.
So from the fence they are sharing with another gentleman and house number 2, Eiffel and 4, is going to be 6 feet away from that fence. Okay, I think that's a fair compromise. What's the height going to be for your proposed cabana? And according to this, I'm not sure actually, but I guess we are going to measure it from the ground, not from the proposed concrete pad sometime people put.
That is correct. Building height is measured from grade, so from the ground, and in this case, with a peaked roof, it's measured to the midpoint between the eaves and the peak of the structure. That's how building height is defined in the zoning bylaw.
Okay, so how high, I know it's hard to tell, but how high is going to be from the fence? If some sort of, we can get some sort of idea. Okay, you can go ahead.
Sorry, apologize for speaking out earlier.
No problem, that's okay.
The fence is, I believe, right now around 6'6". To the midpoint, which is 11 feet, we'd be 5 feet taller than the fence. But to the actual peak, we're 14 feet tall. But you guys only require the midpoint, so it's not to the peak.
Okay.
And can I just say one more thing? I know that we have applied for the minor variance for the height requirement. This was put forth as a very rough architectural sketch that was submitted with the application. Should the design of the cabana change, not as far as size or height, but the actual overall design of it, there's a good chance, I have explained in some emails to the staff, that I can adjust with the pitch and the run of the roof to get down if we're not going to be allowed to that 3.57 meters. I can adjust the roof to do that, but the square footage that we're allowed, they have told me, is from outside post or wall to outside wall. So regardless of what we build, if that's the situation here, the roof, as long as I meet that requirement as far as the height goes, the roof could be massive as long as the engineering is there to outside posts that I fall within your square footage of outside walls. So regardless, there is going to be a structure here with a roof of that size.
If I may, for clarification.
Please.
Building area is measured to the outside walls, and eaves of the roof is only permitted to project 0.5 meters beyond the outside wall. If there is a proposal to project that eave and create a roof line that exceeds the 0.5 meter projection, then a further variance would be required.
Okay, I understand.
So, to the neighbor, I just want to quickly address. They are not right at your fence. There will be 6 feet away from your fence inside their property. So one of your concern is not just right at your fence. 6 feet is still quite a bit of distance. So they are not going to be right there. For this height which they are requesting and staff is in support of, keep in mind they are allowed to build 10 feet and they don't need any permission for that. Am I correct, Ms. Corozzo? Like 9.84?
9.84, 9 feet 9 inches is what's permitted by the bylaw, 3 meters, and they are asking for an increase to that height of about 2 feet.
I think it's a fair compromise for everyone based on the landscaping, and they are not doing some damage to their own property or to the neighborhood. They are spending quite a bit of money. As I can see, the size of their backyard is quite huge. We are not allowing them to put extra accessory structures. They are removing, in fact, two if they are adding this. But I do share your concerns. The committee is here. Is anybody else wishes to add anything? More than welcome. Otherwise, we are going to move ahead with this procedure. Okay, please come forward, sir. Something new you wishes to add, of course, right?
I think the total square foot, the area is too much bigger than the law allowed. You see, it is 200 over 41. It is the size 2.4 size allowed by the government. The government allows the two structures altogether 18 square meters, but new one itself is 29.7 square meters. Yeah, the proposed one is 29.7 square meters, but the government allows the total is 20 square meters for two structures. But they have already a small building there, so plus these two together. And also you see, this is the floor plan. So if you see the big one, this distance to my area is only about 8.8 meters. Then this one, this new structure put up itself is nearly 5 meters, right? So it is overpassed too many, exceed too many government allowed. It is not, we say, the small one is over the limit too much. And also this corner you see to my house is very close, and also our neighbors, number two, both of us, and also he submitted the letter also.
Yeah, no, we have that letter, sir. That's not.
We have similar opinions. So, and also you see this area is very crowded. This one, both of us, both two houses, and this area is quite vacant, big and vacant, right? And their neighbor on that side is also very large. If they can move up to there, that area may be less affected to us. Yeah, it's over the size.
Okay.
It's 2.4 square meter, 2.4 times over the allowed government by the city laws.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask some further questions to the staff. So the total square footage or the square meters, the maximum gross floor area is 15 square meter, which is allowed, and what they are requesting is 29.7. That's correct? So it's almost double in the size.
Mr. Chair, that is correct. When staff did review this application, we also did look at the property in context, and that the minimum bylaw is the city standard. This lot size, because of the pie shape, is significantly larger than a typical lot, and thus we deemed that it would be supportable.
Anything else you wishes to add, sir?
Yes, because our neighbor is number two is the school. Just has important meeting has to leave, and he leaves me his letter and also authorization, and I hope to speak on behalf of him. That's to say, in his opinion, details on the letter to your office already. He said,
we have it.
Yes, you can see on this one, this property is already have on the corner. It's already have a small one, which is already independent one is already overpassed the governmental regulations. Independent one is 15 square meters, but this one is already 18 square meters, which was approved some years ago. Then plus the second one, so the total will be 48.2 square meters, which is
Both
almost,
between shed and cabana.
yes, it is too big, too big.
Thank you, sir. We have noted your concerns. And any question at this point, committee members? Back to the applicant, if I may ask. For this variance, are you planning to build at the maximum capacity, whatever you're asking, or you are going to stay under the size? Like sometime,
This is the size we would like to build.
okay,
Yes.
okay. Okay, no problem. I guess we have done a good discussion for good time. Somehow for majority of the applications, we have given good time, but let's move on. Committee members, looking forward to move one way or another. Any question, concerns, or anything, looking for a motion to proceed? If no further discussions. Staff's recommendation? So we have a motion to approve by staff's recommendation by Mr. Kolb. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Mr. Power. So all in favor?
Thank you very much.
Okay, so this is carried. Sir, as you have seen, you still have 20 days to appeal.
Yes.
And you can contact the Secretary Treasurer's office, Ms. Myers, or Clerk's office, if you wishes to go that way. I guess we have spent good time and good discussion on this. However, some of your concerns were really valid and genuine. As a neighbor to the back, such a beautiful neighborhood. It's very nice of you to take the time, come out and bring your concerns. But one thing is for sure I want to address, they are adding the value in their property. They're spending good amount. Some of the height, 1 feet or there is there, but again, we have spent good time, but I just wanted to address your concerns one more time that you have 20 days to appeal this decision.
Okay, I will talk to my neighbor.
Sure.
Because he has an important meeting to leave, so just leave me this paper and a sign on that to be on behalf of him to speak with. Both of us, we have more or less, we have the same idea, same opinion. So for the, because the actual square meters for the building's backyard is too much over the governmental standards, and he is not in the meeting, he has to leave. So until 11:10, he's a schoolmaster, vice principal of the school. I will talk to him, pass the information to him.
Sure.
So
I guess they will be receiving a letter as well of the decision, correct, Ms. Myers? Because they send us a letter, so I guess they will get the response back.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for being here, to all the parties. Let's move on to the next application.
Calling application A19-105, Airport Bovaird Commercial Center Limited. Property is addressed as 2700 to 2760 North Park Drive.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee members. My name is AJ Taylor. I'm from Weston Consulting. I am here with my colleague, and we are representing our client, Airport Boulevard Commercial Center Limited, the registered owner of the property located at 2700, 2760 North Park Drive in the city of Brampton. I have reviewed staff's recommendation report and reviewed the conditions with our client, and they are in agreement with the 5 conditions recommended, and is working with staff through a site plan amendment to address the revisions. The subject property is located at the northwest corner of Airport Road and North Park Drive, which is part of an interconnected shopping center that is located directly to the north of the subject property. The site is proposing to develop a mixed-use development consisting of office and retail commercial uses. A site plan application was approved by the city of Brampton last year for the proposed development, which provided for 423 parking spaces. Since obtaining the site plan approval and executing the site plan agreement, the site plan has reconfigured the parking along the west portion of the site at the rear of Building A and Building B to accommodate a wider drive aisle connecting to the property to the north smart centers. The reconfiguration of the site plan has reduced the total number of parking spaces to 393 spaces, requiring relief from the zoning bylaw. The reconfiguration of the parking is to appease the north property owner, Smart Centers. The requested variance is seeking relief from the City of Brampton zoning bylaw to allow for a reduction in the number of parking spaces for the subject property. Our client has consulted with Smart Centers, and they have provided a letter stating that they have no objections to our minor variance application. The requested variance meets the four tests of the planning, four tests section 45(1) of the Planning Act, as the variance meets the general intent and purpose of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, zoning bylaw, from a use perspective. The requested variance is also considered desirable and appropriate, and is our opinion that represents the requested variance is minor in nature and represents a 7% deficiency from the required parking count, which has been further justified by the parking justification letter prepared by Paradigm, which concluded that the proposed parking supply should be considered sufficient. The parking justification letter has been reviewed by the city's transportation staff. The requested variance does not pose any adverse impacts on the surrounding area, nor is it inconsistent with the general intent and purpose of the official plan and zoning bylaw. It is our opinion that the requested variance is minor in nature, and we support staff's recommendation for approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Sure, I'll have some questions, but I'd like to hear the staff first. Committee members, any question, comment, concern at this point? Seeing none. Anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application? Seeing none, staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Through the chair. Staff have reviewed the application thoroughly in conjunction with the adjoining lands and their parking requirements too. And traffic study letter, that has justification letter that has been applied for with the application has been reviewed by transportation planning staff. Staff is of the opinion that the proposed reduction in parking spaces is supported by the existing and permitted uses for the site, the possibility of shared parking with adjacent land, accessibility to and level of transit service, and there is no negative impacts that staff can identify on the surrounding community. Subject to recommended conditions, the variance is found desirable, and staff is ready to support it subject to conditions.
Can you please read those conditions?
There is a slight change in the conditions. So number 2, we are proposing it to be removed. We are ready to go ahead with conditions number 1, 3, 4, and 5. And I'm going to read out the conditions. Number 1, that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. Number 3, which is now going to be number 2, that a clause be included within any agreements of purchase and sale or lease for the property and the individual units advising of the variances affecting the property. Number 4, that the owner apply for and execute an amendment to the site plan agreement SP 17-019.000 and post any required financial securities and insurance to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services within 180 days of the committee's final decision, or as extended at the discretion of the Director of Development Services. And last, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of questions for the procedure. This variance in front of us, according to the bylaw, they require minimum 424 parking space, but at the site, they have 393 parking space, correct? So this plaza is already pretty much built. I can see the buildings. Why they did not come before this committee, before the construction of this plaza? I don't know who's going to answer that, or maybe.
Through the chair, I can answer. There was a site plan approved last year for the site, and a site plan agreement that's been executed. At the last minute, there was some issues where they wanted, with the adjacent property owner to the north that has a shared access adjacent to the site here.
From Airport Road?
Sorry, no, just right here. This is the.
Okay.
This is part of the north property owner's lands.
But that access is there, I think, from the beginning, because No
Yes.
Frill is right next to this one.
Yes.
So this access was already there?
Yes. And so these parking spaces here were perpendicular before, which accommodated the required number of parking spaces. And through discussions with the property owner to the north, Smart Centers, they, to appease them, we have altered the parking spaces along this portion to accommodate a wider drive aisle as per their request. So that's the reason for the reduction in parking spaces at this time after site plan approvals are been provided by the city.
Okay, sure, thank you. If I'm not wrong, in my time on the committee, not on this term, the previous term, at least 2 times applications came for the variances for this particular site. I guess maybe staff can comment on that. 2 times I have seen the different applications. I guess one time it was, correct me if I'm wrong, apologies in advance, I guess that was one time for severance, or, but I recall 2 times I visit the site.
There are a number of properties within this commercial development. My understanding, and I do believe that this is the first time that this piece of land adjacent to the intersection of North Park and Airport has actually been before you. There were other variances to permit the development of a warehouse on the adjacent lands. There have been other variances to allow for an increased number of restaurants on the adjacent lands.
That was actually Boveden Airport, more of when we were discussing about the numbers. What should be the restaurant? If KFC could be the restaurant, or the Tim Horton can consider.
Correct.
I
There's
do
been
recall that
a lot
conversation.
of discussion around issues associated with lands surrounding this particular site. But in this case, the buildings were developed in accordance with an approved site plan that did provide the required number of parking spaces when it was initially reviewed and approved. It's simply the accommodation of the increased access width behind the buildings and onto an adjacent property owner's lands that the removal of a few parking spaces has now necessitated this variance.
Okay, thank you for the information. I don't want to complicate. It's not a big change. I am okay with the change, but the procedure, that's where I'm getting confused on this one. Condition number originally 3 now become 2, that a clause to be included within the agreement of purchase, sale, or lease for the property, right? This plaza got sold 2 years back. How are you going to add that now? How you are going to notify all those people who bought the units according to the original 400 and change parkings? If I'm one of the owner there, without my knowledge, if there's a variance is going to be approved, when I purchase the unit or the plaza at that time, and my understanding is according to that many parking, I'm buying this unit here. How you are going to address? I'm not here to make it complicate, with all due respect, but how many unit owners are there? Like how many businesses are coming? I think if I'm maybe 30, 40, 50?
Sorry. I don't believe that our client has obtained tenants for every unit this far, but he can, for the tenants that have been secured, they can be provided notice of the change. Would be my suggestion of how they will be dealing with this.
No, I agree with you, but how we are going to know that? Is that staff is going to get some written confirmation for that? Or they need to get notified? Or they are in support? What if they do not wish to proceed? Because normal in a regular scenario, if a developer comes to us for any minor variance, especially for the residential applications, and many times we deal with, and that's where this clause comes in, or this condition comes in effect, that a clause to be included in the agreement of purchase and sale. And I do recall when this plaza got sold, because I live in this city and I'm very active around the neighborhood. It got sold pretty much around 2.5 years back, and got sold fast, which is no doubt, I don't have any problem, as I said, with the variance. It's a minor in nature, but how the procedure is going to be followed. If someone bought, as you're saying, that many of them are not occupied, as you're saying, but my sense is, and I come from background which my profession, which I know a bit more than average Bramptonian. I don't want to say to disrespect anyone, but similar nature. And I know this got sold fast, and many people, they bought the unit. I would like to see, and I guess to be fair to all the business owners, which are, I guess, going to open in next 6 months or so, because Plaza is almost ready. And if we are doing something on their back, they have the right to be notified. And staff can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but we oftentimes go after people, penalizing them for 6 inches of driveway and so forth. I'm not saying why we are doing this. So we are here to make sure that every bylaw is being followed, and the staff is doing a commendable job on those things. But this is something we need some sort of confirmation, where maybe some letters or some sort of amendments to be signed, or if this condition is going to be included in this to this recommendation by the staff, how we are going to enforce that.
Mr. Chair, I would agree it's a very difficult condition to enforce, but it's our best avenue to ensure that potential leasees or purchasers are aware. If people do a property search or do a due diligence on a property, the Committee of Adjustment decision would come up more readily than perhaps something buried elsewhere. So it's an opportunity for us to ensure that future leasees are aware of this, and it's what we have best available, but we absolutely recognize it's almost impossible to enforce.
I do agree with you on that, but if the plaza is already built, occupied, business owners are there, then they would get notice, or they would see some sign that this individual unit owner is seeking this variance. Right now, if somebody owns a restaurant place there, and I understand it's a big plaza, but oftentimes I have seen if we are giving this variance now, down the road, somebody else, the unit owner or the tenant, comes for another variance, seeking for another usage which is not permitted, and that require some changes in the parking, and we cannot stop those applications as well. And again, I'm not opposing it. I am in for all the businesses. I want this plaza to be successful in the neighborhood. That's the demand, as we have seen growing number of applications from the next smart center over the restaurants. I completely agree with that. But my only the thing, if I'm going to vote on something on behalf of those 40, 50 people, and I truly believe that they should have the right to know, or at least their lawyers need to have some sort of agreement or some sort of amendment or a piece of paper where at least they have the right to get at least acknowledge that, you know what, this is what they originally purchased. And before the closing, if they have not purchased, but the problem is right now, agreement of purchase and sale probably signed 2 years back. So this is the thing. I don't know if what rest of the committee feels, but this is my opinion. I don't want to make it complicated. I want you guys to move ahead fast as I see the construction. Anyone can suggest me on this, but in my opinion, maybe if you take some time and your developer can reach out to all those people and get some written consent and submit to the city, and we can look back, and then I will be more than happy to add this condition, which is a mandatory condition in your approval.
I would,
Mr. Chair, sorry, if you would like, we could add a condition to the current set, which would indicate existing tenants and or owners shall be notified of the approval of the parking reduction. That will cover off any existing tenants, and that's something we can track and measure based on the current status. They can provide us with that list, so we can do it for current ones immediately as part of this approval.
That's fair, but we will get some notification. The staff will get after getting all the signatures and stuff. So, committee members, please go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just a clarification. So some units have been sold and others are being leased? Is it a combination? Because we've got included in the items for approval that agreements of purchase and sale or lease would carry this qualification. So I guess what I'm trying to understand from the situation is, if properties have been sold, is this going to have a condominium corporation? Because we've dealt with matters in the past where there's been a condominium corporation, and we don't like to tread on ownership that is beyond our control. So I guess that's my clarification I'm seeking. If these units are being sold, are they individual? Were they told that they would get 5 parking spots per unit, and this now somehow is affecting the overall development?
Yeah, condition now 2 or 3 reads, purchase and sale or lease. There's currently not a condominium corporation on this property.
Because
but we did-
it's not closed yet, or I
No,
guess
so
50?
it is leased, but we wanted to, if they go down that path in the future, still have that recognition, acknowledgement that there is a parking reduction on this site. So we've cushioned it to provide for either scenario.
So through your chair, I guess the question is this a legal question? If purchasers have purchased a unit, they anticipate X number of spots for their unit, are we then encroaching on a legal agreement?
The bylaw applies to the site in its entirety. There are no assigned spaces per unit. All of the parking is reflective of the total gross floor area of all of the buildings on this site, and it's simply a reduction of the 31 spaces that you're being asked to consider today. Recognizing that planning staff and certainly the chair is concerned that existing tenants or any prospective tenants be notified of the parking reduction. Staff has proposed the amendment to condition number 2 to include existing tenants. There are not very many existing tenants, to be quite honest with you. We don't have a lot of building permits in for unit finishes for this site at this time. So there would be very few that would actually need to be notified as an existing tenant. If they are notified, and this is contrary to the assumption that they made when they signed a lease agreement, that would certainly be a legal issue that they could then take that notification to their lawyer in consideration of either breaking the lease or modifying the lease, but that's outside the jurisdiction of the city. That would be between the leasee and the owner of the land.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Corzola, just to comment on that, I understand city received less applications yet, but the plaza is still under construction. The units are sold. Even it's going to be tenanted, still city will end up receiving all those applications to finish their interiors. And based on the number of units, eventually, even let's say for argument's sake, it's not sold 100%, but eventually it's going to be, right? So that's where my concerns are. Again, even plaza is sold. I have no problem with it as is. They should. The only thing is, they should have come before us, before the construction of this. And at least if you are not getting approval of this variance, you will not be able to build this big structure, or maybe the smaller. You might have to compromise at that time in the allowable square footage and the total structure. So again, I guess just to move on, I would like to see that recommendation being added that all unit owners and the tenants to be notified in a written consent, and city should get back all those written letters signed by those individuals. Do we need to put any timeline on this, or?
Through you, Mr. Chair, for clarification, the condition that you're suggesting be modified, that we secure from the existing tenants their written approval of the variance, rather than simply notifying them of the approval by the committee of the variance.
Yeah, our suggestion is that we notify the existing tenants as
the
So
approval.
we just notified, not,
That would be my recommendation as well.
so once they notified, then I guess, well, and it's not all the tenants, as many of them, they own the unit. I guess majority of this plaza is sold, it's not tenanted.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it is my understanding that these will be leased units, so there's no condominium for this.
No, you're wrong here, sir. I know many owners. Because when it plaza got advertised, I know which business is coming there because I have seen the signs. And the brochures has been sent out to homes. I know one famous restaurant from Mississauga moving to Brampton, opening their second location. They have about 5,000 square feet. That's what they advertise. And they bought the unit. One Remax office is coming there because they advertise. I don't think so it's leased. I could be wrong, but maybe you can check. It's not leased, it's sold, because at that point they were advertising, I recall 2 years back or so.
In that case, it would be notify not just tenants, but also potential purchasers.
I guess the confusion over here is, I just don't want to hold things. I like to move on, but I need to have fair solution. When the agent is saying it's all leased, I do not agree with that. I guess it's not leased. For the fact people bought the units there, because there was a plaza before this plaza came on Queen and Airport Road. This is my almost 5th years on the committee, and I do my site visits and I know about the neighborhood. I try to do my best on these, but I don't know what could be the solution in this case. Maybe the staff can offer something, or you like to delay for a meeting or so to come back with some, maybe you need some time to discuss this situation.
Yes, so through Mr. Chair, we do not have a plan of condominium currently on this site. So our understanding that these would be lease agreements with individuals who are operating businesses out of them. So clause 2, if it reads as that a clause be included within any purchase and sale, so it covers off if it does go that route, or lease of the property, advising the variances affecting the property, and that existing tenants and or owners, to cover off either scenario, shall be notified of the approval of the parking reduction. I believe if we amend it that way, we've covered off either scenario and could move forward with the parking reduction and receive notice of any existing tenants. And moving forward through the variance, if anyone does look on file, it does talk about the parking reduction.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Staff has, I guess when you were talking, they have added some wording to your number 2 recommendation. If you want to hear that, if that is acceptable to you.
Yep.
I don't want to complicate things, but I just want to speak for the people who are not present here, who paid high retail price somewhere, I don't know what price, but in hundreds per square feet.
So that clause 2 shall read, that a clause be included within that a clause be included within any agreements of purchase and sale or lease for the property and individual units, advising of the variances affecting the property, and that existing tenants and or owners shall be notified of the approval of the parking reduction.
And they need to submit that confirmation.
And then we will receive that because of the existing tenants. Yeah.
Again, to clarify through you, Mr. Chair, can you please rephrase what you just said, that they have to submit? Who has to submit? Because right now this anticipates that the applicant will submit to the city.
The letter they notified to all the owners and the tenants.
Correct. I just wanted to ensure that you're not anticipating that the owners and tenants will then submit written confirmation to the city.
Well,
This is a
this,
letter from the applicant.
to me, with due respect to everyone, to me, it looks like we have been put forward in this situation to make this decision, and which I'm not saying that it's entirely on the staff, but it should have been worked behind the scene in a proper manner. Somehow, the developer should have come before us, before they start building or before they start selling these units. What should have been the proposal, or because right now we are in this situation, so I guess I need to be okay with the developer notify the owner / the tenants.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we are satisfied with the revised condition. I just do want to clarify some issues. The reason why we are coming forth the parking justification today and not previously is because we did have the required number of parking spaces in our original site plan approval that we received from the city last year. This revision to the site plan has come forth because of the adjacent landowner to the north, Smart Centers, who is requiring us to reconfigure our parking along the west side of the property at the rear of those Building A and Building B. As our property owner and the adjacent property owner, Smart Centers, have a mutual agreement together as the site is interconnected. We are here before to discuss the parking justification today for the reduction. It is our understanding that these are lease units, and there's a sales agreement, lease agreement with the tenants, so that's where that can be dealt with the notification and of the change in parking.
That's okay. As I said, I'm okay with the numbers, but just the method. That's my only thing, Ms. Duffler, please go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, could we just please get clarification? When the clause is stating that there are agreements of purchase and sale, if none of these units have been sold, then we need to strike that out. I think what I'm understanding, what I'm hearing is we don't have an issue with the reduction in the parking if these are leased units. However, if there are units that have been sold, there's a sales agreement that goes with that. And I think the concern is the parking that would go with that, which is beyond our understanding at this point in time. So if agreements of purchase and sale are within this clause, it leads me to believe that there was an anticipation that some units would be sold. But we don't have a clarification of whether that's a fact or not, outside of the chair indicating he believes that some of these units have been sold. So I think that would help us to understand what we're dealing with.
Yeah, and through the chair, with the condition as worded, we're satisfied that in either circumstance, it's been covered off, and it's certainly not our understanding that they have been sold, but if they have, we've covered it off with the agreements of purchase and sale or lease. So we've covered off both mechanisms.
Through the chair, there's lease agreements. From our understanding, there's no sale of units. It's not a condominium application. It's only been site plan, which received site plan approval previously.
Well, regardless if it's a lease agreement or agreement of purchase and sale, agreements are agreements. Even tenant has the same rights at some extent as the owner if we are changing something for them. And I guess you need to, after this meeting, you need to double check, and I'm going to double check as well, but I'm 99.99% sure the unit's been sold, not the lease. Maybe one out of all your 5-6 buildings, maybe one kept as a sole tenant, but majority of them got sold. That's what my understanding is. But anyway, I guess that suggestion put forward by staff is a fair suggestion given the circumstances, even though we are still making the decision for somebody who's not present here, or at least who had under contract, but still the least we can do to notify them that this is what happened when they were not present. So anyway, I guess that's my fair compromise, or that's my understanding. My apologies has taken a bit longer, but I don't want to make something if I don't want to decide on something if I'm not clear over here. So if as you said, you are in agreement with the new amended recommendations by the staff. So if we are in support or not, would like to see any more discussion. If no discussion, would like to see the motion for this.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm personally not comfortable not knowing whether units have been sold. I have no issue with leases. I have no issue with potential sales of being notified, but I guess the issue is whether units have been sold and we are contravening potentially an agreement. So if we either know that no units have been sold, I would prefer to strike that out. And if we're not sure, then I would prefer to defer this, because I'd like to know exactly what we're being asked to vote on.
So is that you would like to, if no comment, would you like to put forward a motion or something, or how we need to proceed here? Because I guess this is the time for us to proceed here.
Through the chair, I'd like to, just ask my colleague to come up to clarify.
Sir, please, your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Michael Vanny. I'm also a planner with Weston Consulting. So as we've determined through staff, there is no current condo application for this property. There is no separate units. Right now they are leases as far as we've been told, and as far as we're aware, that is the current direction that we are following. So that being said, there are lease agreements in place with potential tenants once the building is constructed. Should those tenants have issues, once we notify them, they do have clauses in their agreements, as much as I would expect if they had good lawyers, that they have clauses in their agreements to break their leases if that's an issue, or to receive some sort of compensation from the developer. The item before you today is specifically with respect to the parking. And as we've shown, it has gone through a previous site plan approval. Staff are satisfied with the review, including transportation staff. There has been a justification put forth for that parking. This has been done to create better connectivity throughout the site area, to create a larger drive aisle. It's more safe for those vehicles at the back to interconnect. I just wanted to bring it back to the fact of the matter is that this is about the parking variance before you today. Those lease agreements, we are more than happy to notify existing tenants throughout the process, and they do have mechanisms in place to bring their issues forward should they have any. But as we've clearly showed to committee and to staff, there is more than enough parking to justify this reduction in variance.
Let me comment on this, sir. We have no problem with your parking reduction. We are okay with that. According to you, you're saying no sales happened, so that means we should strike off agreement of purchase and sale and simply leave with lease agreements. Even if the lease agreements, if you're saying according to your knowledge it's been leased out, still what if they are not in agreement with the reduction of the new proposed variance?
Well, ultimately it would be my understanding that these leases have not closed yet without occupancy.
But the agreement has been signed?
I would have to double check with our client.
Within my knowledge is, once you sign an agreement before the closing, if you're changing something, still you are responsible for it. The tenant has all the right to have whatever the originally been signed.
So if it is committee's vote, we can go back and give them notice, as we've agreed to with staff, to ensure that there's sufficient notice, which we've agreed to. But I would defer to staff on whether they would be willing to remove the clause for purchase and sale, or whether it's just to maintain lease.
What my understanding is, what staff has recommended in this circumstances, some extent to moving the process is okay to me, but however, It's up to the committee, which way their wishes to go, or if you are proposing something else, I'm okay for either way. If not, then I guess the staff already said their recommendations. You are in agreement with those recommendations. Now this is the new development. You are saying there was nothing got sold, so I'm just giving you as an alternate if you are thinking nothing got sold. All right? So
If it helps, we can go back to our client and clarify these items and bring it forward at the next committee meeting if that would satisfy.
if that's what you wishes to do, and if everyone okay with that, would like to see and would like to do quickly in whatever the next meeting it is.
So to clarify, you just want confirmation of whether agreements have been entered into, if there are any.
Or at least if you work with staff and propose us something, either if you are going to notify all the sellers and, all the purchasers and the tenants.
Yep.
If you can notify them, or you can, if you can have their consent and acknowledgement, that's the perfect, that's how it should have been done, because that's what the standard procedure is for other applications. But at this circumstances, I'm okay with at least myself with the least we can do to notify them. And that was my argument from ever since we started this conversation.
So can I suggest, and I'll ask the question to Jeannie, is it possible to add all of the tenants, potential purchasers, or leases to the next circulation of notice for the next meeting?
I don't think so. She's in. She has the capacity to reach out to them because she don't know who's your
We
tenant.
will provide that information to committee to circulate that, as well as give them a letter of our notification.
Well, Ms. Myers can speak on her behalf. I guess that's the developer's responsibility to notify them.
Through the chair, my legislative requirements are to notify property owners within a certain radius of this property. I am not responsible for reaching out to tenants or purchasers.
So we will work with staff then to get a list of all of the tenants, and we will provide them. We'll provide planning staff with that list, and we will also provide them with our notification letter and confirmation that we have circulated notice then to them.
You think one meeting is appropriate for you? I don't know.
I would need to know the date of the next meeting.
Through the chair, the date of the next meeting is July 9th, and if you anticipate that everybody's going to be notified and provided acknowledgement.
I don't think so.
The public,
Acknowledgement is
and
possible.
Yeah.
That's something, and I guess you guys, the developer is doing some massive work, and they should have worked accordingly and appropriately in this circumstance. But I'm not blaming you entirely or anybody. I do understand there are changes comes in site plan, and that was not your intention. But we are just.
May I ask a question?
Please go ahead.
No.
No.
May I? So technically, what we're asking is that the land developers notify all their purchasers or land lease documents so that we are satisfied that they are aware of the fact that there's 31 less spots at the end of this development that they bought into or leased into. Mr. Chair, through you, what I'm looking for is I want to clarify in my mind that what you're looking for is an assurance from the developer that he notified those people with a list of the people that he notified. In which case, then we would be able to approve today's application as it is presented in front of us. Am I correct in assuming that, am I understanding you correctly? The question is.
I'm okay with that, Ms. Marcus. I'm okay with that. I guess if we are going into acknowledgement side, some of your property owners or even the tenants, they might refuse. Even one refuse, I don't want you to hang in there or our decision to hang in there. So I guess, in my opinion, given the circumstances, what staff has proposed is the fair compromise. All you need to do, you need to notify all of them and provide a copy. Once you notified them through their lawyers or their individuals, you need to provide that confirmation, not their acknowledgement, the confirmation to the staff.
Yes, and we have said previously we agreed to staff's conditions and that we will notify. And we will provide notification to staff that that notification has gone out.
Okay. So if these are, I guess it's more than enough discussions, we need to move on. I'm looking forward to move. If anybody is willing to move this motion is good, otherwise I'm going to move this motion myself to adopt staff's amended recommendations. Do we have a mover or not? Then I'm going to put forward this this motion by me. Do we have seconder? Seconded by Ms. Marcus.
Not to defer it, right? To approve it.
Yes, but with the staff's amended recommendations. And all in favor? So it's Ms. Staffler is dissenting, I guess.
So the
Yes.
Chair, I'm just trying to follow here. So you're making the motion to approve with the amended condition recommended by staff, and the motion has been seconded by
Ms.
member.
Marcus. Yeah.
Thank you. And also to confirm that member Dorfler has
Yep, she dissented, yep. Again, not to create any hurdle, but to me, I have already spoken, I guess, a lot. And, but I hope at least, the least we can notify them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Calling application A19-106, IKO Industries Limited. The property is located at 87 Arenda Road.
Sir, good afternoon now.
Good afternoon. My name is Hassan Qaimi, representing iCare Industries regarding the application for minor variance for the parking spots for 87 Orenda.
Okay.
This is staff supported and we have no problem.
Okay.
And I
Sure.
think everything's okay.
I hope so. That's how it looked initially for the previous application. But don't worry, that was different application. Anyway, committee members, any question or concern at this point? Seeing none, anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application? Seeing none, staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Staff are in support of the application, subject to a number of conditions. First, that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown in the sketch attached to the notice. The second, that the owner finalize site plan approval under city file SB 00-075.002, execute a site plan agreement and post any required financial securities and insurance to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services. And three, that failure to comply with and maintain the condition the committee shall render the approval null and void. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, do you understand and accept as you said?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay. No further discussion. Looking for a motion to proceed. Motion by Mr. Power to staff recommendation. Yes. Do we have seconder? Seconded by Mr. Cope. All in favor? Approved, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for everybody.
Calling application A19-107, Walgreen GP Inc. et al. And the property is located at 174 Kennedy Road South.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. My name is John Henderson. I'm a planner at Bousfields, and I'm appearing before you this afternoon as the agent on behalf of the applicant, who is also here in attendance today, with regards to 174 Kennedy Road South. My client is contemplating, through a future site plan application submission, the redevelopment of the currently vacant and underutilized subject site, which would include an industrial facility of approximately 170,000 square feet GFA. This would be comprised of an indoor fleet parking area and maintenance area, wash bay, warehouse, support, and office space, in addition to appropriately screened outdoor storage area. Also of note to the contemplated redevelopment is a 2,600 square foot building located at the northeastern extent of the subject site. This is to be used excuse me, as temporary storage for hydro transformers, which would be on their way to another site for formal decommissioning. In order to permit the contemplated redevelopment, which again would be formally proposed through a future site plan application, we are requesting two variances, which would first permit the proposed motor vehicle repair and servicing where it is not currently permitted, and second would permit an accessory waste transfer station on the site with a separation distance of 35 meters rather than the required 300 meters. I am in agreement with the rationale provided in the city staff report dated June 18, 2019, that both requested variances meet the four tests of the Planning Act, and I would be happy to discuss that rationale further if any members of the committee or anyone in attendance here today wishes. Following that, and where appropriate, if the committee should contemplate approval of the application before you today, I would appreciate the opportunity and consideration for the revision of two of the recommended conditions found in the previously mentioned city staff report. Thank you.
Okay. I would just like to, before I ask my committee members if they have any question or concerns, I would just like to put on the record a letter of opposition here from 216 Townhouse Crescent by Lorraine Hettelt. If I don't see being here, but opposing this application at the entirety. The second, we have amended comments from Region Appeal. They have concerns regarding the location, configuration of the proposed access. However, satisfied those concerns can be addressed through the subsequent site plan application with the inclusion of the following condition: that the owner address the access, traffic, transportation, and related matters to the satisfaction of city and region appeal staff as part of a site approval process. And the last, we have correspondence from TRCA recommending deferral of this application, and if committee, should the committee not grant a deferral of the application at, they mentioned July 17, but I guess that's an error. It's a June 18 hearing. Meeting, TRCA staff recommends denial of the application at this time. So this is, we have in front of us, committee members, any question, comment, or concern at this point to the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application? Seeing none, staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In staff's opinion, the application A19-107 is supportable subject to a number of conditions. Staff originally proposed 8 conditions as contained in the staff report, but based on the TRCA and regional comments which we received yesterday, staff have proposed 2 additional conditions. And, so I'll read the conditions including those additional conditions. Condition number 1, that an environmental impact assessment prepared by a qualified environmental professional will be approved to the satisfaction of the Public Works and Engineering Department. Number 2, that the area dedicated to the storage of transformers and equipment containing PCBs or asbestos will be restricted to a maximum 250 square meters area. Number 3, that the hazardous waste transfer use will be located at a minimum separation distance of 300 meters from the adjacent residential or institutional uses. Condition number 4, that the transformers or equipment containing PCBs will be stored in appropriate containers placed on concrete pads within an appropriate building. And here I would like to amend this slightly, that within an appropriate building located on a spot in accordance with the zoning bylaw requirements, so that the building is appropriately distanced from the rear and side lot lines. With a spill containing system surrounding the storage area to the satisfaction of the Public Works and Engineering Department. Condition number 5, that risk management plans and procedures will be approved to the satisfaction of the Public Works and Engineering Department. Condition number 6, that the owner will provide the required federal and provincial approvals or permits for the hazard waste transfer use and other hazard waste, if any, to the satisfaction of the Public Works and Engineering Department. And condition number 7, that the owner finalize site plan approval, execute a site plan agreement, and post any required financial securities and insurance to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services within 210 days, extendable at the discretion of the Director of Development Services at the written request of the applicant. And the next 2 conditions are the ones which staff has added. The condition number 8 would be that the owner address the access, traffic, and transportation and related matters to the satisfaction of the city and the region of Peel staff as part of the site plan approval process. The region of Peel has provided their revised comments today, in which they have agreed to the inclusion of this condition. The next condition, which is number 9, is that the owner provide to the city a permit from the Toronto and Region Conservation Authority, because in their comments the TRCA has required that the applicant would need a permit. So that has been added to condition, and the last condition obviously would be that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void.
Okay. Any question, committee members? Yet? So we have revised comments from the region today, which we are adding another condition, which we did. TRCA is strictly recommending deferral, and if we are proceeding, they are recommending us to refuse the application, right?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, what they are requiring is that this development should not take place until a permit is obtained. That is the upshot of their comments. So the staff, as a result, has included a condition that when a site plan, because the site is currently vacant, so when a site plan application for detailed designing is submitted, so there is a drainage feature at the rear of the property which the TRCA wants to protect. So staff would make sure that the applicant works with TRCA and the city to make sure that drainage feature is protected, and that will be part of the site plan approval process.
Okay. Is there any, the nature of business, what is going to be there in this building? It's more of the waste nature, like related to electrical?
Yeah, I would like to clarify. If you look at the drawing, that it is in fact the Electra Operations Center, which is currently on a different property within Brampton, and they are going to move it to this property because they are of the view that this will be more central to the area that they're going to serve.
Okay.
And as you can see that basically the whole building will be dedicated to office or interior fleet parking or warehouse and a small maintenance facility. And the small portion which is going to contain the hazardous substance storage is located at that tiny spot at the northeastern corner at the very rear of the property.
Okay.
And staff have recommended conditions relating to restricting the location and the size of that tiny building. So staff have recommended that its size should not exceed 250 square meters, and it should be located at a distance of at least 300 meters from the adjacent residential and institutional uses. So that small building is the only building which is going to contain the waste, hazardous waste substance.
Chairman, if I may.
Please.
I do have a representative from Electric Utilities here. If you have any specific operational questions, I'm sure we'd be happy to provide you with answers.
Just the comments. Last year we have dealt one another application which contained some sort of waste. So it's just more of the safety concern, as we have seen a letter from the neighborhood. Like if we are going to, I'm sure there are guidelines, there's guidelines from the ministry how to deal with that waste in case of any spill. What is the action plan on that? Just those concerns, or anyone wishes to give us more information to the committee, we will be more than happy to hear. That's not a problem if quickly someone can tell us. So at least people who send us the letter here in opposition, they get some sort of comfort that what is really happening, or even because this meeting is available online if they wish to see.
Yes, of course.
At least they have the opportunity.
Yes, please.
So your name and address for the record, please.
Joseph Almeida. I oversee the real estate portfolio in the fleet operations for Electra. So to the point of the storage space, it really is a holding location for transformers that may have been hit. A pole may have been hit, and the pole and the transformer has dropped, or there's a leak. Essentially, is a holding place from our alignment to bring into the place, and then it's within a very short period of time, it's disposed in a very proper manner. We do follow the environmental regulations very carefully, both provincial and federal. We run 12 very similar operations from St. Catharines to Barrie to Markham, so we're very much in tune with that. So, but again, it's just a holding place, and the intent is just to move on and support our operations on a daily basis. I hope that answers your question.
Mr. Chair?
Please go ahead.
So what would the hazardous waste entail? Would this be airborne? Would it be possible for explosions to occur, so that we understand what the nature of the hazard would be?
So the transformers have oil inside them, and the hazard is the PCB levels. So transformers, depends how long they're in the field, they could eventually generate PCB levels. Within the environmental regulations, anything over 50 ppms, over 50 ppms is a hazardous material. And essentially it's an oil, and it has to be properly disposed of to be able to meet the regulations. So really that is it. The storage location had to be built to meet those regulations as is mentioned on the conditions, so it doesn't spill. It has to be properly transferred to make sure there's no spills as well, and then it has to be properly disposed by a registered third-party provider as well. So, and we do report to the Ministry of Environment throughout the whole process as well. So.
Okay.
Thank you. I was part of the Mississauga train derailment where I had to be relocated for a period of time. So I just wondered what the potentials would encompass. And I think we probably have no issue that you would follow all the regulations. I guess my other question, just if we could get clarification, we have within the staff report a note that the separation distance of 35 meters, whereas 300 meters is required, but it does meet the 300 meters. I'm just not quite sure if we could get a simple explanation of the
If I can
separation.
clarify through you, Mr. Chair, how the bylaw applies. The setback is to the property, and because the residential use is located directly across from the front property line, this property is only 30 meters away from a residentially zoned land and from the institutionally zoned land just down the street. The storage of the hazardous substance itself is proposed to meet the 300-meter separation distance. It's being located at the rear of the property. And I do just want to clarify, if this were not PCB material within these transformers, this type of, holding would actually be exempt from the bylaw definition for a waste disposal use, in as much as when you take your beer bottles and wine bottles back to the beer store is not considered to be a waste transfer station. It's simply somewhere where items are returned temporarily and then sent off-site to be disposed. Unfortunately, that same allowance doesn't apply where hazardous waste material is concerned, which is why this variance is before you today. Thank you.
Any other question or comment by anyone? I guess I can see TRC's opposition on this, but having Mr. Mahmood is proposing that condition that covers both region and TRCA, so I'm fine with it, and would like to move ahead and give this conditional approval.
Chairman.
They can deal rest of the things. Sure.
If I may, I did request the opportunity to discuss small revisions to two of the existing proposed conditions.
Sure.
Possible.
You would like to comment on some proposed condition?
Yes, just one is a matter of clarification, and I think one is just a matter of ease over the long term. So
Sure,
first is condition 3. Please excuse my handwriting.
That's okay.
All I've done to condition 3 here is proposing adding the words "on the subject lands" here. The purpose for that is that as the condition was written, it mirrors very closely the provision of the bylaw, where that black and white interpretation of the bylaw, as staff has explained, is property line to property line, where we are citing this on the subject site in a place that's appropriately set back and meets the 300 meters. So that's just the first one. And the second one is number 7. This is the requirement to the owner to finalize a site plan, execute the agreement, provide all securities within 210 days, 7 months. This is an extremely high order, in my experience, to go from pre-consultation all the way through to final approvals. I understand the intent of the condition that the lands are vacant, the city has an interest to see things move forward. So rather than place a condition for having it all wrapped up, and in consultation with city staff, they acknowledged that the time frame is short, and we would very likely be coming back and writing a letter to the director asking for an extension. I propose that we change the condition for a 6-month submission deadline, so that it gives us ample time from the date of your decision to get pre-con going, retain consultants, get our ducks in a row, and submit a wholesome, complete site plan application within 6 months of the date of your decision. Should we require additional time, we do have the caveat to write the letter to the director, but I think that meets the objectives of my party, the city, and we can see this move forward in a timely manner.
I guess staff can comment on this, obviously, but it says service site plan approval. Staff, these two changes, please comment what you feel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While staff agrees to the change requested to condition number 3. Staff would like to stick to condition number 7 as is, because it is quite possible, I mean, not necessarily in this case, we have applications where site plan application was submitted 6 years ago, and it has yet not been completed for various reasons. So that is why staff would like to keep the word approval. And for the benefit of the applicant, we have included the extendable.
Yeah, I was going to
portion.
comment on that.
So if there is a genuine reason to extend the period, city would of course work with the applicant, and there should be no.
And I tend to agree with that. We have seen that oftentimes application come forward and this takes forever. In that way, at least people will be busy. Right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do appreciate that. If I may suggest then, I'm happy to accept condition 7 almost as is, but if we've had the discussion acknowledging that you're going to have to come back to the director, you're going to have to write the letter, you're going to have the unknowns of their support to extend, we're going to have to, have staff reviewing things, writing letters back. It seems like something of a make-work project. Potentially, rather than 210 days, might we request 365 as a typical condition would be, in order to push this through the process and try and avoid the back and forth letter writing campaign between the applicant and the director.
Mr. Mahmood. Okay. Still holding the responsible, even though after a year, at least somebody will be busy working.
And
So-
we're agreeable to the 2 additional conditions recommended by staff.
Okay, so that 210 changed to 365 and added 2 new conditions. So now you're, Ms. Corzola, please.
May I make, excuse me, one additional request for your consideration for change to the condition, and just to the applicant's point with respect to the wording used in condition number 3, it would be preferable that the condition said the hazardous waste transfer area located a minimum separation distance of 300 meters on the subject lands, just so that it's clear that it's not the use of the property. And I understand the way the bylaw is worded and interpreted, that this simply, it's not the use itself, it's just the area where this waste will be kept.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're agreeable to that.
Yes, more
Thank you.
clarity. Okay, so if no further discussion, looking for the motion to proceed with the amended conditions. Amended and new added, obviously. Motion to support staff's amended recommendations and additional conditions by Mr. Cole. Do we have seconder, Ms. Duffler, seconded by Ms. Duffler, all in favor?
My thanks for the committee.
No problem.
Calling application A19-112, Investors Group Trust Company Limited. Property is located at 285, 289, 291, 293, and 295 Queen Street East.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Good
members of the
afternoon.
committee. My name is Patrick Duffy, D-U-F-F-Y. I am legal counsel for the applicant Investors Group with respect to this property. We are seeking 7 variances here today, and the purpose of the variances is to permit interim development of the site. You'll note there's also a number of conditions, and those relate to the long-term objectives of the site. So let me give you some context. This site is located on Queen Street, immediately adjacent to the 410. It's the Bramrose Square Mall. If you've been to the mall, you'll know that it's a little bit tired at this point in time, and some modernization is needed. The other thing to keep in mind is that the area along Queen Street has been slated for greater intensification. The issue is that the existing bylaw has in it a Schedule C, which I will show you in a minute, and it's very prescriptive about what can go where on the site. So that's the existing Schedule C. It really dates back, we're not sure how far, but it seems to predate site plan approvals. It deals with a number of matters, including buildable areas and setbacks that would normally be dealt with as part of site plan approval. The other thing that is relevant is the Queen Street corridor study that is currently ongoing by the city. And what the city's aiming to create is a vibrant, denser urban environment along Queen Street. An interim control bylaw was passed in 2017 and extended in 2018. It runs until November of this year. So we've been engaged with discussions with the city to come up with an acceptable plan that both allows for modernization of the plaza in the short term, but also ensures that it is consistent with the city's long-term objectives of intensification on the site. The plan that has been agreed upon is shown here. And so what we're here to do is to get variances that allow this plan to be implemented and carried out over time. The variances, as I mentioned, there are 7 of those variances. 6 of the variances relate to Schedule C. And what they're doing is to change the buildable area and also take a number of those matters that are prescribed in the bylaw out, and we will deal with them through site plan in a more normal process. So what we are proposing is a amended Schedule C, which you will see there. It's updated, simplified, and allows, if you would have seen the plan a second ago, it allows for that plan to move forward. We are also seeking one variance, which is an exemption to the ICBL. And the reason for this is that this will allow interim development of the site to proceed now. So this, as I mentioned, the ICBL extension is in place until November of this year. It's anticipated that at that point the city will come forward with a new bylaw. We have opportunities now, and we would like to move forward with those opportunities for modernization now, and the city has agreed that it's appropriate to do so. And so we will deal with a number of the matters that you see in the variances through site plan approval. There are 12 conditions, as I mentioned. You will see them in the staff report. They are conditions that we agree with. We have worked together with the city on those conditions. The purpose is to allow for development on the site to move forward today, but also then to ensure that it is consistent with the city's ultimate vision for the site. Now, it may be that the zoning bylaw gets passed later this year and some of that gets incorporated there, but I think prudently the city is looking forward and saying we want to make sure that the applicant adheres to our long-term plans if for whatever reason the current bylaw isn't replaced in the near term. One of the key issues that you will see in the conditions has to do with a north-south road, which you'll see running through there. That road is currently a private road. It exists on the site. The long-term plan is to convey that road to the municipality. It will become a public road. So the conditions deal with how that road is to be designed. It apparently doesn't quite meet city standards, and there may need to be some design specifications. So that's one of the conditions you will see in a key requirement to move forward. Once the realignment of that road is determined, with time it will be conveyed to the city and will become a public road. With respect to the 4 tests, the city staff report has outlined each one of those 4 tests. We agree with them fully. We think this is consistent with the OP. It allows, as I said, for modernization of the site, which I think is much needed, while also ensuring that the long-term vision the city has is respected. It's consistent with the current use that's allowed under the zoning bylaw. It is quite desirable, I think, that this bit of a cornerstone site for Queen Street be allowed to update itself and then also progress over time to a more dense environment. And the impact ultimately on the ground are fairly minor. Really what it's doing is it's allowing that outdated Schedule C to be updated by a more modern construct. So that's all I have to say, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee might have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. It's a really great location on 410 between 2 exits, Clark and Queen, and both of these, Clark and Queen, leading through almost this property. And I do agree with that private road. It's quite traffic there. I use that sometime myself. There's 2-3 stop signs in between, and there's some renovation going on where the bank is. And I saw the sign other day that all the businesses are still open, because that doesn't look like the first look from outside. The way they are, I guess, changing the outside structures, or just maybe giving the new look. So, committee member, any question, comment at this point? None. Anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application? Not staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I read my staff report, I did want to note that we have Matt Ray from our legal lawyer with our legal division here, and I believe he has some comments as well.
Sure. If I knew you were here earlier, then I would rather take your advice on the previous application.
See, I stayed up top.
Okay.
Through the chairman, thank you very much for receiving me here today. I've been involved with this file throughout, and I'll be very brief in my comments before turning it back over to Mr. Vandenberg to review his report. But I did want to point out that the applicant and the city have been working very closely on this application. This application has the full support of the city, and in fact, the way that the variances and the associated conditions have been drafted were closely worked on between the applicant and city staff in order to meet the expectations of both parties as far as the future, as Mr. Duffy pointed out, the immediate sort of redevelopment and marketing of the site, but also setting the site up for future redevelopment in the future in accordance with the city's expectations. So again, I'm here in just indicating the city's support for the application. Turn it back over to Mr. Vandenberg.
And again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, as noted in our report, we are in favor of support the application subject to a number of conditions. We do find the variances to the Schedule C. There are provisions in this site-specific zoning related to signage, which is somewhat unusual for the zoning bylaw. That's typically regulated through the sign bylaw. The way the variance is worded here is essentially that that sign bylaw prevails as to how signs are regulated on the property. And we are also in favor of the variance to allow the exemption from the interim control bylaw that applies to this area. As noted, we do have 12 conditions. I may paraphrase some of them because they're kind of long, but so number one is that all buildings shall be located within the building envelopes identified in the plan labeled as various Schedule C attached to the public notice. Number two is basically requiring that the applicant submit an urban design brief to the satisfaction of the city, looking at both the interim and ultimate redevelopment of the site. And that is to be done. There are a number of buildings, so the immediate change on the site that the applicant's looking to do is to add a fitness center where the old Sears used to be. So that does not need to be submitted before that change happens, as well as other interior renovations within existing buildings or minor exterior facade renovations. The third condition is related to the road that the applicant noted. And again, or I would note that that road is something that's identified in the Queen Street Corridor secondary plan as being provided, and there's provision in there that is a condition of a development approval that applicants would be required to convey land and build that road. So essentially the condition requires that the applicant submit a plan of subdivision for that new road, which will look at the detail of the design of it, that plan of subdivision be registered and that the road be constructed in accordance with the conditions of the draft plan of subdivision approval, and that is to be done prior to any development occurring on the site except for the construction of the fitness center noted earlier and new buildings within building envelope C, which is the one closest to Queen Street, the two pad buildings closest to Queen Street on the plan. Number four is that landscape open space, parking and loading areas may encroach into the building envelopes identified in the plan attached to the public notice as determined to be appropriate through the site plan approval process. 5 is that landscape open space may be permitted anywhere on the site as determined to be appropriate through the site plan approval process. 6 is that any building constructed within building envelopes D1 through 5, that a building wall or patio at grade level must occupy at least 70% of the entire available frontage within that envelope. Number 7 is that any building constructed within building envelope C shall be a minimum of 2 functional stories in height. 8 is that any building within building envelopes D1 and D2 must be designed and constructed to have the exterior appearance of a two-story building. Number 9 is that no drive-throughs shall be permitted. 10 is that the minimum parking requirements in section 20.3 of the zoning bylaws shall apply. Number 11 is that minor variance application A14-031 be declared null and void. That application, by way of background, was to allow essentially another pad building closer near Queen Street. The location of the pad building that was approved at that time would conflict with the ones as proposed through this application. So the recommendation is that application be declared null and void, and this one essentially prevail over that one. And number 12 is that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void. Thank you.
Okay. On Clark, just through my personal knowledge, I guess, the discussions are there in place. I think the road widening or making it a bit straight because it's at the bend, maybe some expropriation required or some setbacks and stuff. In that event for the future, I see at the corner of this now private road and the corner of Clark is pretty close to the intersection. So I'm sure is that something we're going to be looking after maybe at the site plan stage, or is that something is coming there? Because I oftentimes have seen when people come from Clark, as soon they pass the bridge, they're quite fast because they're coming down from the slope. And that's why I'm saying it's just right at the close to the intersection.
Through the chair, one of the requirements of the conditions that they go through a plan of subdivision essentially for the road. And through that process, and this is really the appropriate city process to deal with this, that will look in detail at the alignment and all those details that you mentioned as far as the road, including the submission of any necessary traffic studies for it. So it's through that process it would be addressed in great detail.
Okay. Committee members, any question, concern at this point? Saying none, sir, Mr. Duffy, are you in agreement?
Yes, with the conditions.
Okay, looking forward, motion to proceed. Motion to approve with staff's recommendation by Ms. Marcus, second by Mr. Culp. All in favor?
Thank you very much.
Application 179, Schwen Robert and Y. Zao. Property is located at 27 Church Street East.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Hannah Bammanpour of Davis Webb LLP. I appear as agent on behalf of the owners of 27 Church Street East. The applicant today is seeking a variance to permit a driveway width of 12.4 meters, whereas the zoning bylaw permits a maximum driveway width of 9.14. However, I think it may be beneficial to clarify that the additional 3.26 meter does include the existing walkway that you see here. So if I may just show you, I don't have the best photos of the concrete that's been replaced where the grass area is. But that includes the walkway, the increase that we're seeking. So by way of background, the property is a multiplex dwelling, and it has been for the last 20 years. There are 3 tenants in total. Mr. Malki, who's one of the owners, is the landlord of the multiplex residence and lives in the home. Each tenant is entitled to 1 parking spot, and that's stated in their respective lease agreements. So there's no guest parking, overnight parking, or visitor parking permitted. The asphalt accommodates 8 cars without problem. So that's, let me take you back to the original photo. So this area here, what's permitted, allows for 8 cars to be parked at all times. So as you can see, it's not possible to park at the back, as there is a garage situated there, blocking any access to the back of the home. So the vehicles are at all times visible from the streetscape. Mr. Malky has removed the grass area and has replaced it with concrete for the following reasons. One, as a result of flooding due to accumulation of snow or melting snow, he's been advised by the snow removal company that is contracted that do the snow removal work, that the snow cannot be moved onto the street and therefore have to be stored on the site. And therefore, if collected and placed near the exterior walls of the home, given that it's a 120-plus year home with no weeping tiles, the melted snow seeps through into the basement. Secondly, the concrete that has been added or replaced allows for safer, convenient access for the tenants or people living in the home to go in and out of the residence. That is the only access they have, except for Unit 1 that has an access to the side of the house. When snow does accumulate on this grass, or previously did, it created for slippery conditions. There were holes that were created in the grass, making it unsafe for the tenants to come and go. We have engaged in discussions with city staff in an effort to address staff's concerns, in particular that our client doesn't intend on creating a parking lot in front of his house or require any additional parking spaces. However, we were unfortunately unable to reach a mutually agreeable resolution at this time, which is why I'm here seeking for approval of our request. So I'll quickly go through the four-part minor variance test as set out in section 45(1) of the Planning Act. With respect to whether the variance conforms to the intent and purpose of the official plan, it is my submission that the subject application does conform to the intent and purpose of the OP for the following reasons. The widened driveway is proportionate to the lot size, lot width, and the overall size of the home. There will be no excessive parking of vehicles on the concrete area, as it solely is for the purpose of snow removal. Given that each unit is entitled to one parking spot, there will always only be a maximum of 5 vehicles parked on the driveway. And as I already stated, 8 vehicles can comfortably park on the asphalted area. The heritage character of the house, entrance, porch, and windows will not be obstructed by vehicles, and the vehicles will be visible from the streetscape anyway. So the current situation and what was the situation previously will be the situation currently. And as you can see from the photos, there's no ability for the applicant to park vehicles in the rear to hide the vehicles. So notwithstanding that, the driveway has widened. If the concern is that my client is, creating a parking lot by any means, he is agreeable to the committee imposing a condition requiring that his supplier install some sort of a barrier. He is agreeable to something to the effect that of a brown armor stones of some sort to create a distinction between what's permitted, being the 9.14 meter driveway, and what remains as to be the walkway. So we therefore submit that the widening of the driveway does not detract from the appearance of the building and its contribution to the streetscape, and therefore it conforms to the intent and purpose of the OP. With respect to the conformity of the zoning bylaw, as per the lease agreements as stated, there's only one parking spot that would be provided to each tenant. Each tenant parks on the driveway, which is the asphalt area. The additional 3.26 meters that we are seeking includes the walkway as mentioned, which is approximately 1 meters. So in essence, if you do the math, it's approximately 2.26 that we're seeking, but it's not for the purpose of additional parking space. We're willing to create some sort of barrier as mentioned, which would maintain the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw, and therefore submit that the intent and the purpose of the zoning bylaw has been met in this instance. Now, whether it's desirable for the appropriate development of the land, it's my submission that having regard for the neighborhood and adjacent owners, that the request is desirable for the appropriate development of the land. We're not asking for any additional parking space. There are no objections from any of the neighbors, nor is the heritage and residential character of the property changed in any way. and there's no adverse impact on the neighbors and their use of enjoyment of their lands. In fact, Mr. Malky, or the owner, has received praise and compliments for the maintenance and upkeep of the home. Finally, I submit that our request is minor in nature and it has no adverse impact on the neighborhood. We're only seeking an increase of approximately 25% of what is permitted, which includes the walkway, so the 3.26 meters. And this is not, in my opinion, a very important issue. After all, as mentioned, it's an increase of 25%, and therefore it's minor in nature. So it is my submission that the 4 tests have been met in the application before you. And in closing, I'd like to say that Mr. Malky is proud of the Heritage House as proven by his continuous upkeep and maintenance of the property. In particular, maintain the heritage features to the best of his ability. As mentioned, it's a 120-plus-year-old home, which the tenants enjoy. And the additional 3.26 meters is not required for parking. He does not wish to create a parking lot in front of his home by any means. And as mentioned, there's no adverse impact on the neighbors. Finally, I'd just like to add that our client has no intention of doing what staff don't want him to do, which is why we would be willing to accept a condition to make sure there's a distinction between what is permitted as being the driveway and what would be in effect the walkway. He's also agreeable to a condition if the committee sees fit of only allowing 5 vehicles at all times to be parked on his driveway. And just to maybe clarify on the snow removal, this past winter where the snow, basically the company that he hires takes the snow and dumps it on where the grass area is, and that's where it's stored. And it's easier to clear that entire area in front of the house and store it on that side where the grass area is on the left. So subject to any questions, those are my submissions.
Thank you. Any members have any questions or concern at this point? Seeing none, anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application? Seeing none, staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Staff, as noted in the report, are not in support of this application. In our opinion, it does not meet the 4 tests established in the Planning Act. Generally, the intent of the regulations and policies related to driveway widths are to avoid excessive parking in the front yards and also to ensure that driveway widths are complementary to the lot and the house on it and do not have negative impacts on the streetscape in the area. And then also related to stormwater infiltration to allow for adequate stormwater infiltration in the area. In staff's opinion, the driveway width as proposed does not meet those objectives, and therefore we do not support the application.
Okay, just on the record, would like to add 32 Church Street East, owner wishes to notify the decision. On the record, I received the correspondence, so I wishes to add. Would just like to have the entire concrete area. The intention is there to park? No.
No, not at all. That's why our client's agreeable to creating some sort of a barrier that's feasible, because the concrete's already there. So the reason why he offered the armored stone, they weigh about, he's been advised, 700 to 1,000 pounds, unless you're driving, I don't know what speed into those stones to move them. He's willing to put a few that if someone is coming, they can tell you're not obviously parking on the concrete area. So no,
the property owner is willing to add some permanent barriers or some, I guess, landscaping, like by.
I don't think he's agreeable to landscaping. It's already concrete. I don't know.
Sometimes some benches or the lamppost.
Yeah, some sort of barrier that's feasible. Like I said, his intention is not to create a parking lot in front of his house. He takes pride in his home, and so that was not the intention of the concrete. It was solely for better maintaining the accumulation of snow that he has to store on his property.
I guess, as always, we need to go back to Ms. Carzola to seeking some clarification. In the event committee is refusing this application, do they need to cut the concrete, or they can still save by adding some lamppost or, and the second question is, from the porch, especially from the stairs and the porch where I see the pictures, how many feet is still allowed? Is that applied, the 6 feet thing still applied? They can keep as a walkway from this existing driveway to the entrance?
That's correct. So there are a number of options that have been discussed that if the application is refused, that the owner can make modifications to this sea of concrete, if you will, to comply with the zoning bylaw. It will remove, and our position has been that it will include the removal of a portion of the concrete that's there. Yes, a pathway can be maintained, obviously, from the stairs to connect to the driveway. This is a recent picture showing the overall scape. So what we have been asking for is, in addition to barriers, which can be used to certainly identify a parking area, that a portion of the concrete also be removed. They have not been agreeable to that. I understand there's grading and drainage issues. In my experience, I'm not certain how adding impermeable surface actually assists with your grading and drainage, except to deflect it onto somebody else's land. Currently, the property is more than 50% paved in the front yard, so we would want to see that reduced somewhat. They are entitled to a maximum 30-foot wide driveway, so 30 feet is plenty of room to park 3 cars side by side. There's certainly available parking down the side of the dwelling as well. Recognizing that a previous walkway was there but has now been incorporated into the overall width of the driveway, that is certainly capable of being parked upon, whether it's intended to be parked upon or not. It is definitely capable. And even in viewing the photo that was provided of the snow removal, it's quite clear that the snow is being removed from the concrete in addition to just the asphalt. So it's not simply the asphalt that's being plowed and then the snow placed on the concrete. It's simply that the concrete is also being plowed, so that all of the snow then is piled either adjacent to or on the walkway. I imagine it's being plowed past the front steps of the porch, which would make sense. So while barriers are certainly an option to assist, there will be a requirement that a portion of this concrete is removed should the committee decide to refuse the variance today.
Roughly, I know it's hard to say, but if, and please tell me if it's not possible, what portion of the concrete need to be cut down?
It's difficult to say from this angle. We would likely need to go out on site, but I know there has been some discussion. Again, they get 30 feet, so it's only a portion of, let's say, this area that would need to be removed. And I'm sorry, I'm not possibly in here.
And they can still use almost 6 feet from the...
Correct, from the porch to that point. I mean, ideally, they would reinstate all of this and simply have their, because I'm certain a walkway down to the street is likely desirable in this case. So if the walkway was defined or delineated separate from the driveway such that it's no longer capable of being parked upon, as it was in the earlier photos that clearly shows that there's a separation between walkway and driveway, that certainly would be compliant as well.
And if I just may, sorry, can I just go back to that photograph? The concrete, so the 30 feet isn't up to here as I understand. And unfortunately, we don't have a survey, but as was indicated, it does go in as far as a bit of that concrete area. And that's why a portion of it also is the pre-existing walkway. So we're talking about, like I said, about 2.26 approximately of additional concrete that's been added there. And discussions, as it was referred to, is that have been had on certain solutions, but unfortunately we weren't able to agree on what staff and our client was willing to undertake.
Just one quick question. This is the shared driveway between, no? I know I can see the barrier there, but the entrance seems like one, so that's why they are reversing the car here in the picture. That reminds me from the similar as Credit View we have dealt some of those properties.
It's
That
not
the pad
as
is there for-
formalized as that through you, Mr. Chair. This is in fact just an older plan of subdivision where, you know, driveways were paired back in the day. That access that you see is entirely, the one that's adjacent to this property is entirely for the use of this property, unlike the Credit View where it's meant to be a shared narrow access at the street front and then it widens out. That's not the case here. Each driveway is independent of the other.
And just to add, there is a fence separating the two
Yeah.
driveways.
Yeah, I could see that. My take on this is, and I could see what my fellow committee members are saying to the agent. It's lots of concrete in the first impression, the way I see it. And especially in, like anywhere in the city, but especially in downtown area or in this area. What's your take on it? Like,
As mentioned, so the 30 feet, I mean, he's permitted to have 30 feet driveway and a walkway. So I understand that from the streetscape, it looks like it's a lot of concrete. A portion of it is permitted. And if we look at, and I know the zone may be different, but down Church Street, there are a number of properties where there's, you know, I think a portion of some of these homes, again, different zones, but there's not a lot of greenery, as you can see in that other example. And so, in our opinion, it's fitting more or less with, I guess, Church Street in of itself, but this one has a little bit more landscaping, as you can see, but there's a lot of gravel. So, and, you know, we would submit that, I understand that it looks like it is a lot of concrete, and our client is willing to add whatever landscaping or, you know, I'm not sure, flowers or whatever else he can around the property. But it is our opinion that it does conform to what, if you go down Church Street, more or less, with respect to the proportion of greenery and asphalt or concrete that you see down the street. So that's what I would submit to you.
I do understand where you're coming from, Ms. Bamford, but again, it's up to the committee members. Any question or comment at this point? Saying none. Before we go into the motions, it's just what we are, what I personally feel is to work with staff is, I guess, the best options given the circumstances, because of they might not. Previous picture, what I have seen, where I can see the grass landscaping coming. That's the side. The walkway is separate, and then there's a grass. At least this time, they can keep at least those 6 feet walkway there. If they are not, you know, their intention is not to use the entirely for the parking lot anyway. But again, if there are some options with or without cutting the concrete, I guess that will be better if staff can work with some modifications or adding some of you know, lampposts or benches, as we have seen in some other configurations. There might be a solution, but I'm open for any suggestion or the motion if we are if no further discussions, I guess. Okay, before I could hear from both the sides, would you wish to add anything?
Sorry, I just wanted a moment just to run
Sure.
something by my client. Thank you for your comment. As mentioned, we've already attempted working with staff. Unfortunately, we weren't able to reach a solution at this point in time, so we don't think it would make sense to go back and try those efforts again, although we do appreciate staff's time. And so I leave it in your hands at this time.
Okay. I could hear from my left and right. I don't know who was first and who was second, but Right is always good way to go first. So I'm going to my right. Motion to refuse by Mr. Cope, and seconded by Mr. Power. All in favor?
Through the chair, I'm just confirming, has member
Everybody.
Marquez dissented?
No.
No? I didn't see your hand. go up.
I apologize.
Okay. So everybody has?
Yes.
Thank you.
Calling application A19-079, Amin Shaya. The property is located at 133 Ecclestone Drive.
Good afternoon. My name is Amin Shaya, and I'm the owner of the property at 133 Ecclestone Drive. I'm here regarding my application for a minor variance regarding the setback of my side door.
Did you put the sign back? It was there all the time?
Yes.
That's good. Any question, comment, committee members? Seeing none, anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application? Sir, please come forward with your name and address.
Yeah, my name is Douglas McFarlane, and I live at 162 Ecclestone, which is almost across the street from my new neighbor here. I have no problem at all with him putting that door there. From what I've heard, the door was there originally. When they sold, before they sold it, they bricked it up. Then when they sold it again, they put the door back in. I got no problem with the door being there, you know. The bigger problem is the number of basement apartments getting stuck in the subdivision, right? I mean, we counted 69 homes, 28 of them have basement apartments. I think the city itself needs to do something about getting low-cost housing, you know? Build apartment buildings somewhere. I have no problem with you, sir. I think you're doing a wonderful job on your property, okay? That's, you know, we have a lot of interest in that neighborhood too, which are driving the prices, you know, it's gonna end up driving the prices down because they don't look after their property. This gentleman's looking after his property. I got no problem with having the door at all. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you for coming and taking the time and waiting all the way.
No problem.
I'm
retired, I got time.
So we have a letter of objection from the owner of 135 Ecclestone Drive, just including that for the record. Staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A bit of background before I get started. The applicant has constructed an at-grade side door without a permit. The applicant is not permitted to use the side door as a primary access to a basement secondary unit. Please note that a secondary unit has not been registered. The current building permit application form utilizes the front main door entrance as the primary entrance. That being said, staff have reviewed the application against the four tests of the minor variance. It is staff's opinion that application A19-079 is supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. First, that the owner shall obtain a building permit within 60 days of the decision of approval. Second, that the above-grade side entrance shall not be used as a primary access to a registered or unregistered second dwelling unit. Third, that the extent of the variance be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. And fourth and final, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sir, are you understand and agree to these conditions?
I do, sir.
Agree?
I do.
That's good. No further discussion. Looking for a motion to proceed?
Motion to approve.
Staff's recommendations by Mr. Cope, seconded by Ms. Marcus. All in favor? Thank you.
Thank you.
Calling application A19095, Crest Point Real Estate, Rex Ontario Inc. Properties located at 9845 Chincoteague Road.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Colin Chung, Glenn Schnarr and Associates, Inc. I'm the planner for the applicant today. This is a existing retail site at the corner of Chincoteague Road and Williams Parkway. It's a multi-tenant site. The major tenant, when it was originally built, was Pharma Plus. It's a pharmacy, and that was the pharmacy that's subject to the current application today. That pharmacy is no longer there. The building is vacant today. The owner has been having a difficult time filling that space because it was actually single source design for Pharma Plus. The application before you is to utilize the vacant building and use it for a grocery store. There's potentially an opportunity for the city to have a grocery store in this area. It is an ethnic-oriented grocery store. However, and just one technically, the size of the building is larger than what the city's zoning bylaw permits as a maximum size for a grocery store. The maximum size is 600 square meters. Unfortunately, the definition of a grocery store versus a supermarket is in the zoning bylaws definition section. And typically, with the minor variance application, you cannot vary a definition in the zoning bylaw. Therefore, the application before you, while the intended use is for a grocery store, we have to vary the permission to allow a supermarket. Just for clarity, the grocery store is permitted on this site. It just happened that the definition of size is in the zoning bylaw definition. Therefore, we have to seek a permission for a supermarket. So technically, it's just a term, but the function ultimately is for a grocery store, Mr. Chairman. So I'll wait for the staff's presentation of the report, and I'll provide my opinion as well.
Sure. Just a quick question. What is the limit for a grocery store versus a supermarket, like 1,000 square feet or something?
There's no limitation on the size of a supermarket, but a supermarket is simply a grocery store that's greater than 600 square meters.
Okay, yeah,
So
that,
there's-
I
the
recall
cap is
that
on
there
the
was some.
grocery store. Yeah.
Okay, any other question, comment? I guess no one in the audience? Okay, any question by anybody else? Then staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The subject application is supportable, subject to following conditions being imposed. One, that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. Two, that the owner submit a site plan application within 120 days of the decision of the Committee of Adjustment or within an extended period of time as approved by the Director of Development Services. And three, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void.
Okay. Sir, do you understand and accept these conditions?
Mr. Chairman, I support staff's opinion on the application. I accept the three conditions.
Okay. If no further discussions, then looking for a motion. With staff's recommendation by Mr. Cope, seconded by Ms. Duffler, all in favor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And if no further business, looking for a motion to adjourn finally by Ms. Marcus, seconded by Mr. Power. All in favor?